capacity to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights are attained to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Amen and amen. Can we please put our hands together for the Federal Republic of Nigeria and for the Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria? I can't hear that applause. Thank you very much. Please be seated. The chief host of this event, Your Excellency Otumba Nia Debayo, former Governor of Ekiti State and Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, will be represented at this event by Your Excellency Ambassador Suleiman Adebayo Audu, Director, Commodities and Export Department of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. The Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Malam Mohammed Musa Bello, will be represented at this event by Honorable Lukman Agbola Dabiri, Secretary, Economic Planning, Revenue Generation and Public-Private Partnership of the Federal Capital Territory. Our dear guest lecturer at this 30th anniversary, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, who also was Minister of Defense, and former Director General of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, the man who laid the foundation for the growth in the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, SAN. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Oil and Gas Exploration Zones Authority, Senator Tijani Yahya Kaura, MFR, the host of this event, the MD and Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NEPZA, Professor Adesoji Adesugba, Fellow Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, a host of this conference, the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Economic Zones Association, Mr. Isaac Oluwatoyin Elegbede, the DCG Kathleen Chinwe Ekekezie, representing the Controller General of Customs, Colonel Hamid Ali, and a board member of NEPZA at this event, Chief Nabil Saleh OFR, Chairman Nigeria Economic Zones Association, and board member NEPZA, and MD M. Saleh Group of Companies. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps here present or represented, the Director General Abuja Chamber of Commerce, Victoria Alkali, and your members here present, heads of departments and agencies of government present at this conference, the moderator for the discussion segment, Mark Bogun Yusuf of Channels Television, the discussants, rapporteurs, captains of industry, key stakeholders, distinguished exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the fourth estate of the realm. I'd like to welcome all of you to this 30th anniversary celebration of the Free Zones Scheme in Nigeria. As you are all aware, for an organization of this nature, organizations to come together to want to celebrate a 30th anniversary means that some milestones have been achieved. And anniversaries are more than just opportunities to recognize significant milestones recorded in the course of existence of these groups. If a milestone is properly taken advantage of, it will provide an opportunity for self-introspection by all employees and to pause and reflect on their organization's journey from inception in 1992 to date and to the present, and of course peeping into the future of these organizations to see what the future holds for them. In the case of today's event, we're here to roll out the drums to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria, which for me is unique and laudable, and for all that they have achieved in these number of years, I think they deserve some great round of applause. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Each anniversary celebration presents an opportunity to look back at different metrics from previous years to measures of successes and to evaluate decisions taken and how to focus on the next level. Just like when we reflect on our personal lives during birthdays and anniversary, as mine is also today, as I'm celebrating my year of, my birthday today. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to roll out the drums and celebrate the Nigeria Special Economic Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria as they've turned 30. Happy 30th happy 30th anniversary to one and all of these agencies of government. Can we please give them a bigger round of applause as we get set to kickstart this program then in earnest. So much has gone into the planning of this event, and it's a 3-day event, as you're all aware. The conference and exhibition with the theme, Nigeria Special Economic Zone Scheme, Evolvement, Challenges and Way Forward to Economic Growth and Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, experts have been drawn, and especially our guest lecturer, being Leonard Silk, one who has very deep knowledge, virtually, about every profession, and therefore can speak very glowingly. And today we're privileged to have the former Minister and Attorney General of the Federation as our keynote and guest speaker at this occasion. Can we please applaud him one more time for sparing time out of his busy schedule to be with us. I'm talking about the former Minister and Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode ASN. Can we please celebrate him one more time? Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The MDs and CEOs of these agencies themselves have had sleepless nights in ensuring that this program holds. And this has to do with the type of leadership they have brought to bear. Can we please applaud them one more time? This applause is not as resounding, but the reason for that perhaps is not far-fetched. Maybe because we've also not shared with you the health benefits of clapping. We stumbled on a research that was done by the University of Philadelphia, 2014, that says people who clap vigorously, what is important to clap, live longer, healthier, youthful, wrinkles-free, ageless, visit doctors less, and in turn, clapping helps in rejuvenating the internal organs in the human body, keeping them healthy and agile. Please imbibe the culture of clapping. It is good for your health. It is on this note, therefore, that I find it very pertinent then to invite to the podium for his welcome address, Mr. Isaac Oluwatoyin Elegbede, the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Economic Zones Association, to please give us his welcome address. Can we make that applause for him a bit louder than that as he makes his way here?
The Honorable Minister, represented by Mr. Audu, the Managing Director, Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Senator Tijani Kaura, MFR, the Managing Director, Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, Professor Soji Adesuba, Chief Nabil Saleh, the Chairman Interim Board of the Nigeria Economic Zones Association, Prince Tokunbo Kayode, our distinguished guest lecturer, Chief Executives of Free Zones Enterprises here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. It's my honor and privilege to welcome the Free Zones community to this occasion of celebrating 30 years of Free Zone scheme in Nigeria. As you are aware, and as you may attest, it has been 30 years of a mixed bag of experimentation, achievements, challenges, and frustration in the development of the scheme in our country, Nigeria. Therefore, as we applaud the initiative taken 30 years ago to introduce the scheme and the landmark achievements recorded during this period, we should also not forget the challenges experienced. Permit me at this junction to acknowledge and commend the federal government of Nigeria through the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and its regulatory agencies, NEBSA and OFSA, as well as some state governments on the roles they have played in the development of the scheme in Nigeria. As we gather here today, it is our duty not to be lost in the euphoria of celebration, but to most importantly examine the reasons why the scheme in Nigeria is still not up to the standard that we all desire. You agree with me that with maybe about 40 active free zones, Nigeria has not yet attained our potential, considering its size and population. The program of this event, with the theme Nigeria Special Economic Zone Scheme, Evolvement, Challenges and Way Forward to Economic Growth and Sustainability, has therefore been designed to address these issues and seek to provide solutions to the identified challenges capable of inhibiting the growth of the scheme in Nigeria. Just like the anchor man said, experts in the field and relevant stakeholders in the scheme have been selected to discuss the issues in 3 panel sessions. And participants will be free to contribute to the discussion, of course, based on your varied experiences as operators in the free zones. Therefore, our attention at today's session should be more focused on the measures to take in order to move the free zone scheme in Nigeria forward. At the gala dinner tonight, individuals and corporate bodies will be honored for their roles in the 30 years journey of the scheme in Nigeria. And of course, the 3 days exhibition of goods and services from the free zones was introduced to further display our potentials as free zones enterprises in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee of the 30th anniversary of the Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria, I welcome you to this celebration, and I wish us a successful deliberation. Also join me in welcoming our delegates from all over Africa and the world who have come to celebrate the 7th, to attend the 7th annual meeting of the Africa Economic Zones Organization, as well as celebrate the anniversary with us. The EZO meeting will start tomorrow, this same venue, and it will extend till Thursday, or till Friday, 2nd December. Thank you, welcome, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just getting to understand that some of our delegates from across the African continent are participating at this 30th anniversary celebration of the Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria. Please, would like to give all of you from Africa a big round of applause. Welcome to Nigeria. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Thank you very much. And so, moving on, I'd like to just say that history and posterity will be kind to the three of you. I'm talking about the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Economic Zones Association, the MDCEO Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, as well as MDCEO Nigeria Export Zones Authority. I would like to appreciate all of you. And I said history and posterity will be kind when the story of these agencies are being written for the yeoman's jobs that you've done thus far. Please let's applaud them one more time, please. And of course, that extends to your lieutenants in the various agencies. And so moving on, I'd like to then invite for his opening remarks at this juncture, Senator Tijani Yahaya Kaura, MFR, MD, CEO, Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority. Please let's welcome him with a resounding applause as well, please.
The Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, His Excellency Otumba Ni Adebayo, Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment, ably represented by the Director in the Ministry, Malam Abdul Suleiman, Honorable Minister of Federal Capital, ably represented by another director in the Ministry of FCT, the Chairman and Executive Secretary, Nigeria Special Economic Zone Association, our very important guest, the Speaker of this very important occasion, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, former Minister of the Federal Republic, and my colleague, my brother and my leader in the prison activities, Professor Adesoji, Chairman and Executive Secretary of this association, our very special guests, our important partners, our investors coming from different locations in this country, members of staff of NEPSA and OXA, other invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me on any skip on protocol. Sorry, a slight mix of my documents. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all most cordially to this historic event, the 30th anniversary of the Special Economic Gain Schemes in Nigeria. I would like to specially welcome our international participants who have traveled to Nigeria to join us in commemorating this milestone celebration. Sincerely hope that you will find this event enjoyable and memorable and something you will take home after this ceremony. The theme of this year's event, Nigeria Special Economic Zone Scheme, Evolvement, challenges and the way forward to economic growth and sustainability will open a lot of discussions that will benefit industry participants and special economic zones in the continent. The objective of the scheme, which encompasses driving industrial beer export promotion, technology, skills, and knowledge transfer, job creation, local and foreign direct investment, attractiveness, has however not been without challenges over the years. Notwithstanding the enormous challenges, the Free Zone Scheme in Nigeria has recorded significant milestones within the last 30 years of its existence. Regardless of the achievement made so far, the scheme in Nigeria still lags in delivering key economic developmental indices compared to what has been attained by free zone schemes in other locations, especially in the Western world. Thus, one of the expected takeaways from this anniversary, however, is for all stakeholders to deliberate and interact with the aim of evolving a sustainable strategic and perspective roadmap that will enhance the development and the attractiveness of the scheme in the African continent. This conference, however, offers us an opportunity to evaluate the status of the Free Zone Scheme, assess our performance since inception, and examine how we have evolved, then deliberate and collectively chart a growth-oriented approach to improving the scheme in our country. In these 3 days to come, there will be presentations and exhibitions, as well as panel discussions on the first set of Special Economic Zone Scheme. Through the lively discussions that will ensure, we will undoubtedly learn from each other through the exchange of views, sharing of experiences, and appreciating critical contributors to the evolution as well as survival of the scheme in Nigeria. The scheme has been used to boost economies of nations around the globe while depleting African resources. We hope to change the tide and narrative in the spirit of shared prosperity by harnessing the enormous human, intellectual, and natural resources capabilities and capacity of Africa that is endowed with in the continent. In order to effectively harness this, we can no longer work as silos. It may interest you to know that the earliest formal free zone scheme in Africa started as early as 1885, when the Berlin Conference Agreement was signed, but without an African representation at that occasion. Specifically, the Niles, Congo, and the River Niger were free zones at the time. Thanks to the African Continental Free Trade Zone Agreement that is driven by Africans and geared towards achieving an African continental integrated economy of African origin. I would like to thank and acknowledge everyone here for being part of this historic event. As the Chief Executive Officer of Oil and Gas Prison Authority of Nigeria, OGSA, it is a tremendous honor to play host to African Special Economic Zones community and to hundreds of delegates from all over Africa to join us. It is indeed a remarkable day for Africa a major milestone in our drive to promote special economic zones development in the continent of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to express my sincere appreciation to my co-host, my brother, the Managing Director of Nigeria's Export Processing Zones Authority, NEBZA, Professor Adesoji Adesuba. The Executive Secretary of Nigeria Economic Zones Association, Prince Toyin Elegbede. The chairman of the association, my brother, who is a very strong businessman, Mr. Nian Shah. Mr. Elebede doubles as the chairman of the planning committee. I thank you and all of you who generously contributed towards the successful hosting of this very important event. Taking cognizance of our comparative advantage in the hydrocarbon sector, Nigeria established the first free zone dedicated to oil and gas in the world. This has tremendously contributed to Nigeria's gross domestic income in an unprecedented manner. Between the year 1996 and now, the zones have attracted over 200 companies with over $16.6 billion investment, and it has created over 200,000 direct and indirect jobs, thereby contributing to local content development. We are still open to partnership to develop the enormous potentials in the mid and downstream sectors aligned with the Nigeria's development plan, with immediate emphasis on medium-term national development plan spanning 2021 and 2025, while at the same time providing model development centers for achieving the agenda of 2063 of the African Union in collaboration with other international development partners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I wish to thank all of you, those who come from near and far to grace this occasion. I thank you for coming, and I wish you a very safe journey back to our respective destination after this ceremony. Thank you, and God bless all for you.
Thank you again for your kind words and paying tribute to your colleagues in the other zones authority. We'd like to thank you very much indeed. Just permit me to recognize at this juncture the presence of the Controller General, Nigeria Immigration Service Headquarters here in Abuja, Isa Jere MFR, represented by Deputy Controller General in charge of Visa and Residency, Nigeria Immigration Service Headquarters, Abuja, IAM Haliru. I'd like us to please welcome him with a resounding applause, please. Thank you very much for coming. And so moving on very quickly, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our guests from across the African continent, it is pertinent that we take the next remarks coming from the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Export Free Zones. Join me in welcoming with a very resounding applause Professor Adesoji Adeshuba with a resounding applause. We can do better with that applause for him. They've all done so very well putting all this together in the last couple of months. Prof.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Adeniyi Adebayo, CON, Otumba, Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagum. Both ministers, unfortunately, could not make it. Ambassador Katangu is in the Northeast with the party. I think on a campaign trip to the Northeast or Northwest. The minister is currently at FEC. He had a very important paper to deliver with regards to the free zone. And that's why we thought it's better for him to use that opportunity that opened up for him to be there. Let me also welcome the chairman of the board of NEBSA, Honorable Adamu Fanda. I think he's represented by Chief Nabil, OFR. Of course, my Senator Tijani keeps on calling me his leader, but he's actually my political leader. So he's actually the leader in this case, and with a tremendous background on issues to do with economic development, I was very, very happy that he got appointed as the chief executive of OGSA. You're most welcome, sir. And within the past few days that we've been together, or weeks, it's shown that, yes, the president did make that right choice. And that's what we need more. People in charge of economic development in this country should be serious-minded people who have focus and attention to details. Let me also use this opportunity to welcome the past managing directors, CEOs of both organizations. And of course, I will not forget the executive secretary of the Nigerian Economic Zones Association. There's a story behind that association, which I hope we'll be able to talk about someday. And of course, the chief executives and the most important people to us of the zones themselves and the enterprises in the zone. You are most welcome, because without you, we won't be here, and without you, we won't be able to do this. And it's very important for us that you have set up this association as well, and you are all supporting it, and we are very happy that even though you are smacking us to do the right thing when you think we've gone wrong, but it's very important for all of us to know that the investors are the paramount reason why we exist. So you are most welcome. Also, let me use this opportunity to also welcome the staff of both organizations, because without you two, we won't be celebrating anything, especially those who've been there from the beginning. You are all welcome. So, also, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, but before then, the media, you've been tremendously wonderful, especially during the time I've spent with you. You've reported us adequately, and we are very happy with what you are doing. You're also most welcome. Let me stand on, before then, I most particularly mention the Deputy Controller General of Customs, Catherine Ekekezie. I think when we write the next stage of the story of the Free Zone Scheme and the contribution of the Nigerian Customs Service, your name will be mentioned very, very boldly. Thank you for what you've done in terms of the cooperation and the extension of the Free Zone Scheme and understanding by the Nigerian Customs Service, which is very, very key to our success and very important for us. Thank you, and you're most welcome. and my egbons, the past MDs, Shino, and of course, very dear friend, the Prince Kayode, who is going to be our guest lecturer here, is full of wisdom, and we are very happy to have you here, sir. So let me stand on all other existing protocols. Let me duly observe them, and so that I can go on with this speech. It's of course with great pleasure and delight that I warmly welcome all of us to the 38th anniversary of the Free Trade Zone Scheme in Nigeria. On this note, I would like to quickly recognize the immense and unflinching support of this administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, under which the scheme has been adopted as a policy trust for economic development, growth, and prosperity. Indeed, within this time of the time of this administration, 13 free zones have been licensed by this administration. Within the short time allotted, permit me to make a brief remark on the milestones, achievements, and prospects of the Free Trade Zone Scheme. It's very important for all of us to understand that out of the 5,300 such zones all over the world, Africa has just about 244. And of that, in Nigeria, we have the operative ones, almost about 40. And it's also very important when I talk about the free zones, I want to also look at what's happening in other parts of the world. For instance, how Dubai started it and how it became a successful story that was now very popular, that countries like Russia and China have used it successfully towards the trust of their economic development. Dubai started sometimes in 1966, if we recall, as UAE, and I think oil was discovered about 1971. And within that period of time, they decided to set up their free trade zone, which is a successful story today. Why I mentioned the dates is very important. Nigeria started thinking about this 5 years after Dubai, and we know where Dubai is today. And we made an example of trying to do exactly what Dubai was doing and copying them by starting the Calabar Free Trade Zone. 1992 we actually started thinking about the Free Trade Zone Scheme in 1977. So it's very, very important for us not to forget where we are coming from. So you will recall that the conversations around Nigeria's desire to join the League of Free Trade Zone Nations started in 1977. It was not until 1992 that the premier free trade zone regulator, the Nigerian Export Processing Authority, was established by the enactment of the NEBSA Act 63 of 1992. A few years after the oil and gas free zone was established in 1996, there is no gainsaying the fact that the ultimate objective of Nigeria adopting this global business model was to fast-track economic growth and industrialization. Suffice it to say that, therefore, that the decision of the Nigerian government to key into this concept has remained legendary, as the model has become a key driver of the nation's economy, and it's now being copied by some countries in West Africa. Presence of key global enterprises in the nation's economy is a testament to this assertion in speedily contributing to the growth of the Nigerian economy. So we have all those zones that we have, including Dangote, Lador, Deep Sea Port, Lekki Free Trade Zone, Eco Atlantic City, Guangdong, and Lador. But it's very important for me to state here that you can have a good policy, very attractive, and attract investors. But it's what happens after. That's where we are now. The problem we have of not just NEBSA understanding or OGSA understanding the concept, but all other government agencies that have to do with economic development or generating resources in terms of revenue, they must have a deep understanding of what the scheme is, or else we'll continue to have the problems we are all facing today of different agencies of government who think they have a right to collect revenue, trying to make an incursion in the free zone, and thereby changing the whole concept. So that's why we are very grateful to the Association for fighting for the policy, actual correct policy implementation, rather than just wanting and wishing to be like Dubai, but not doing what Dubai is doing. So it won't work. It won't work. So let's talk about some milestones. In 2014, the Free Zone Scheme was identified as a pillar to drive the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan. In 2016, the scheme was identified in the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP, as a tool to accelerate and consolidate the implementation of the NIRP. In the extant medium-term National Development Plan of 2021-2025, the Free Trade Zone Scheme is recognized as a key driver to economic growth and development, leading to its operators being appointed into the technical working group tasked with the formulation of the plan. Recently, in October 2022, Mr. President signed the Startup Bill into law with Section 42, identifying the Free Zone Scheme as a policy tool to spur growth and development of startups and incubators of the country. What does this all mean? It means that we actually, in developing policies, understand the importance of the Free Trade Zone Scheme. Yes, we do recognize that, but in the implementation, that's where we always have problems, and that's why we have to continue to talk to different agencies of government, not just to think about themselves, but to think about the overall necessity of the scheme to develop the economy and how it is to be developed, to be utilized. We cannot be different. We have to continue to look at international standards and how the other countries utilize this scheme. Incursions into the free trade zone by different agencies of government must stop. We must stop it. We must stop it. So the future is bright for the free trade zone if all this is done, but if not, we are definitely in trouble. The scheme will not succeed as we want it to. So currently, NEBSA exercises regulatory oversight on 46 free trade zones, out of which 44 are privately owned and 2 fully owned and managed by the authority on behalf of government. My leader has spoken about OGSA, and with about 7 internationally recognized free zone for the oil and gas sector. So right now, it's very also important that government is of the view that we should do less in the ownership and of the zone. So 2 of the zones that belongs to government are undergoing a process of concession so that the private sector will actually be fully in charge of the administering these zones. So governments, like they do in other parts, will incubate and then transfer to the private sector to administer, so that we can actually spend more time in helping the investors as regulatory bodies. So this business enclaves harbor over 600 enterprises, providing 150,000 direct employment and an estimated 400,000 indirect employment. It looks huge, but it's really nothing. By now, the free trade zone schemes in Nigeria should be having nothing less than 5,000 companies operating there. So we haven't even started. So for me, it's like an emergency situation we have, considering the fact of the level of unemployment we have and the fact that we actually are in an economic emergency situation where we have the population growth rate is expanding at a very tremendous rate. So we must plan. And in planning, we must all join hands to do this. 5 million Nigerians, I always say, are being born every day. So every day, every year, we have 5 million Nigerians, an addition of one small country in our country. And if we don't do anything really drastic to feed all these people, then you know where we are. We have just started with issues of insecurity and all that, which we now have to spend more money to cope with. So it's very important for us to see this. And the easiest way I can assure you to do this is to contribute and expand the scope of the free trade zone scheme in Nigeria. That's the easiest way. It's been used successfully elsewhere. So the future is very bright for us at the free trade zone scheme if others understand what we are about. The policymakers understand, and they've gone very far the acts as it is adequate, even though we still need to make them much more potent. So it's just before I conclude, it's very important for us to understand that we need to continue to address the issue of other agencies trying to make incursions into the free zone. The act is very explicit. You can't go into the free zone without the authority allowing you. Thereby, we've entered into different partnerships with other organizations. Even customs, they stay in their customs area. But when they need to come in, we talk to them amicably. We've done this with FIRS. SEC is coming in to assist us and to also collaborate with us in other areas that will actually improve the profitability of and access to funds of the free zones. I think before I start talking about and beating a chest of what we have done, let me just, because it just occurred to me that it's also very important for us to remember and remind the central bank that the offshore banking system in the free trade zone is a key ingredient to its success. I've not gone to any free zone outside Nigeria that doesn't have a banking regime. I've spent 2 years now at NEBSA, and we've done virtually everything possible to get even though CBN, they have agreed that yes, they are going to do it. But it shouldn't take 2 years, for crying out loud, for the right thing to be done, for the benefit of a scheme that benefits the people and the country. So let me use this opportunity to implore the central bank governor to please, with dispatch, ensure that what we agreed with CBN is signed and the offshore banking regime introduced into the free zone so that we can actually say, yes, we have completed everything we need to help the investors and to attract investment into the Nigerian free zone. Don't forget, Africa is here now. Competition is really rapid, and people are setting up their free zones right outside Nigeria to get and attract more investors. And getting investors, I assure you, is not very easy. So we must retain the ones we have, and we must attract new ones into the zones. So that's the only time I can say the future is bright for the zone. Right now, we need that to make sure it is bright for the zone. It's the ingredient that is left. And the association and all of us are asking CBN to please help in that regard. It shouldn't take a week. It shouldn't take 10 months. It's very also important to use this opportunity to state what we've done. The Special Economic Zones Dispute Resolution Center has been established. And then when I say what we've done, right now the two authorities are talking together to ensure that we use some of these institutions for the benefit of the free zone. And that's why it's very important for us that the association exists so that they can actually do a lot of coordination. I don't see why NEBSA should have a dispute resolution center. OGSA should have another one. So maybe if we have a national dispute resolution center geared towards the free zone resolution of disputes, that would be fantastic. And this will be open to all African countries also to utilize. So we have established that, and we want the investors to realize that there is a need for us to utilize it so that we can fast-track issues to do with disputes as regards what happens in the free zone. We know time is money when it comes to investments. We have the Special Economic Zones Security Outfit, which was to professionally secure, actually to superintend the architecture of the security architecture in the zones. This is in accordance to the Act. And let me use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for commending us for establishing this outfit, and also the Directorate of State Security, who actually superintends them and who's done all the training for this corps. We are very, very proud that we have a very competent commandant seconded to us to actually do this. And also we have set up a Special Economic Zone Training Institute. Both managing directors are on the board of the institute, and this institute is based in Kano. So it's very important you also take note that very soon, for you to work in the free trade zone, you have to have a certificate, you have to be a certified person. So especially for the investors, I think, so that we all have an understanding of how the zones should be administered. So we are going to have different courses in the Training Institute, and the Training Institute is being supported by the IFC, and very soon we shall open the doors to all of us. I hope I'll be the first graduate from that institute. So for us at NEBSA, we are also, by January, by God's grace, the eNEBSA will start working. So you don't have to come to Abuja or go to the Lagos office to do anything. eNEBSA will start working, will be digitalized, and from next week, I think about 3 or 4 of the free zones will be on a pilot scheme to test run it before we expand it to others. Furthermore, the authority has recorded some modest achievements, commissioning of the 5-story building at Victoria Island in Lagos. So we've brought our office closer to the investors. And right now we are also commissioning 25 megawatts power infrastructure in Kanu and Calabar. It's about 90% done. So in the last 30 years, the scheme is operating under robust fiscal incentives. But I believe as a practitioner of investment promotion that we could do more. So we are also talking to our first, the investors, because our strategy in NEBSA is to ask the investors, how are we doing, and whether we are doing everything we are doing right. Let me just conclude, because this paper is actually not a lecture, and it's too long. In conclusion, we've decided to roll out the drums and celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Free Trade Zone scheme in Nigeria. First of all, to honor ourselves for the resilience of the Nigerian government in keeping faith, and also to showcase what we have, but most importantly, to use this opportunity to call on all government agencies that have been disturbing the investors in the free zone to stop and to support us all. It's very important we are government, and we are government. The more investors we have, the more our children will get employment. So stop it. We'll lock the door and we'll fight against it. Yeah. So we would like to collaborate with all government agencies who think that they have anything to do in the free zone, so that we can craft a way where we will not disturb investments or drive investments away. We will like to collaborate with you. We want the Nigerian laws also to be respected and recognized, but we must not scare away investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We actually can do better with that round of applause for Professor Adesoji Adesuba. Thank you so much, the MDCEO, Nigeria Export Free Zones Authority. We appreciate you just mentioning and recognizing the presence of the former Minister of State Health and former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Aliyu Idi Hong. He's one of our resource persons and a discussant at today's conference. Can we please give him a big round of applause? Thank you so very much for coming, sir. Permit me then to also recognize the head of Special Economic Zone Services, Royal Science and Technology Parks, a special economic zone from the Kingdom of Estuani, Dudu Silongoyani. Can we please welcome Dudu Silongoyani with a round of applause from Estuani? Thank you so very much for coming. I also want to recognize the presence of the Controller General of Immigration Service, Nigeria. We'd like to recognize the presence Isa Jere, MFR, the Controller General, represented here by the Deputy Controller General of Immigration, is in charge of visa and residency, Nigeria Immigration Service Headquarters, IAM, Haliru. Let's please welcome him with a resounding applause. I'd also like to recognize some of our special sponsors at this occasion. I recognize the MDA Free Zone, Atlantic Free Zone. I also recognize your presence, Intel's Nigeria, Mike Ekpele, the MD CEO. We also recognize the MD CEO of Lagos Free Zone, Dinesh Rathi, who also is one of our resource persons here at this conference. Eco Support Free Zone, the general manager is here, Smith Igbavoa. Would like to welcome you. Basta Free Zone, Andreas Wellish, the MD CEO. Sterling Petrochemicals, MD Nathan Shah, we welcome you. And we also recognize the MD and Chairman CEO of Snake Island Integrated Free Zones, Lagos, Mr. Maha Jarmakani. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you so much. And Chairman Board Ogun Guangdong, we'd like to welcome you. MD CEO of Ladol Free Zone, Managing Director Emi Jadesimi is also here. We recognize the presence, Managing Director, CEO, Notori Power and Infrastructure, Femi Solebo. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you so much. And we also recognize your presence, MD, CEO, Combination Industry, Nick Merpuri. We'd like to welcome you. And the very first investor, as I'm told, in the free zones in Nigeria. Can we give all of them a round of applause, please? And Iniobong Jackson, a technical assistant to the MD CEO, Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, and a foremost player in the Free Zones scheme. We welcome you. I'm sure I've done justice to the recognitions that are within my reach at this material time. But of course, we recognize all of you having found time out of your very busy schedule to come join us for this 30th anniversary celebration of the Free Zones scheme in Nigeria. We also recognize Dr. Ami Jadesimi. Okay, I just did, actually. Dr. Ami Jadesimi is the Managing Director of Ladol, Limitless Opportunities Industries in Africa. Thank you very much. Please, let's give each and every one of you a big hand of applause. Can we get that, please? More recognitions very quickly, just before I move on. I'd like to recognize, I have actually just done the recognition. Dr. Aliyu Idi Hong is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs and today stands tall as a Director of Government Relations, BUA International Group Limited. Let's please put our hands together for him one more time. I need to consult before we begin to take the goodwill messages. It was pertinent that I consult, and I've just been asked that we can begin to take goodwill messages from our major sponsors. And please, I've been asked to allot only 1 minute each. 1 minute to each of you that is coming over here for your goodwill message. So please, we'll crave an indulgence to skip protocol as you make your way here for your remarks, goodwill messages. And in no particular order, I'd like to invite very quickly the MD CEO, Intel's Nigeria Limited, Mike Ekpele. Can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way here? Goodwill message of 1 minute. So please skip protocol and perhaps one sentence or two will make the difference. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually representing our MD CEO. I'm Executive Director of Intel's Nigeria Limited. On behalf of our board and management, I wish to commend the Free Zones Authority, Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority, NEPSA, for the 30 years very worthy and impactful journey. And all I can say is that the future remains very bright. We started the journey with them, with especially the Oil and Gas Regional Authority, from 1996. And all I can say it's a story of huge success. A lot of investors have come into the oil and gas free zone, especially in One and beyond. And we see very future and bright prospects for more to benefit, and also for our country to benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The goodwill message of Intels. Thank you very much. Please let me invite then the MD CEO of Lagos Free Zone, Dinesh Ratty. Dinesh Ratty, you also have 1 minute. Please, as I said, I'd like that you just stand by the existing protocol so we can just get your message.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team of Lagos Free Zone, I congratulate Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority for completion of 30 years. And we really commend them for all the hard work and efforts put in to make the Free Zone scheme successful. We wish them loads of luck and best wishes and our support in ensuring that the Free Zone scheme becomes an important pillar of the Nigerian economy and helps to drive some of the important macroeconomic indices upwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping it that brief. Let me then invite the MD CEO, Notori Power Infrastructure Limited, Femi Solibo, to please give us his own goodwill message at this juncture. Mr. Femi Solibo. A round of applause for him, please. In the same vein, sir, you have just 1 minute to do this.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. Let me also stand on existing protocols. I would like to congratulate all the free zones, the OGSA, NEBSA, and especially all the government agencies on this achievement today. I wish everyone, ourselves and themselves, the government agencies and all the authorities, all the best now and going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Eco Support Free Zone, the general manager, I'm told, is here. Smith Igbaboa. Is he here? If he's not, then we can move on very quickly to Best Staff Free Zone. The MD CEO is here, Andreas Wellish. Andreas Wellish. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way here. Thank you. Snake Island, please be on standby. Snake Island International Free Zone, please be on standby for your goodwill message.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the whole Best Staff Trading Free Zone team, I really appreciate the effort from the OGEFSA. We have started new this year, and I hope that we also can put everything in place and also go in negotiating with everything what we can achieve to bring more economy to the Nigerian business and also to the West African. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Permit me then to recognize the presence of some of our past directors in NEBSA. I'd like to recognize in no particular order Hajia Yagana Abba Hassan, and Malam Ruma Muazu, Mr. Chris Ndibe, Mr. Reuben Famidele, Mr. A.A. Pijimi, and Barrister Manko Bagudu. And of course, we also have some of them from Snake Island Free Zone, Yusuf Abdullahi. Can we give all of them a resounding applause, please, as we move on? I then want to invite Sterling Petrochemicals, or Best Staff, first of all, Best staff, we've taken best staff. Sterling Petrochemicals Limited, the managing director, if you're here, Nitin Shah. There's a round of applause for him. Can you make your way here for your goodwill message?
Good morning, honorable dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Nitin Shah, representing AHL Energy Free Trade Zone under NEBZA at Kwale, Delta State, and SPFL Gas and Petrochemicals Free Trade Zone at Akwa Ibom under OGEVZA. We are fortunate to have the free trade zone under both the agencies. And we are also commending the efforts of MD NEBZA and MD OGEVZA for their untiring support and for helping us in evolving the free trade zone scheme to be more impactful and so that we can contribute in terms of employment for an investment in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. The next goodwill message is going to be coming from the MD CEO, Snake Island International Free Zones. Can we please invite the MD with a resounding applause, please, as he makes his way here.
Good morning, Excellencies. I wish to congratulate NEBZA and OGEVZA for 30 years of excellence in the free zone scheme. I cannot but emphasize how important these economic zones are for employment in Nigeria, for the development of industries, and for the technological transfer of foreign direct investment. I wish to implore on the MDs of OGEVZA and NEBZA to continue your excellent work and to push forward for another 30 years of excellence. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Danke schön. I'll move on now, and I'm inviting very quickly for their own goodwill message, Chairman Board Ogungwadon, who is unavoidably absent, but the General Manager, Sebastian Ijoma, is here to do this in their stead. Can we have Sebastian Ijoma take his turn with the goodwill messages? But please, just as I've spoken to the rest of our sponsors, I'd like that you keep to just 1 minute. Skip protocols, please, so we can move with the speed of light.
It's my pleasure, actually, to celebrate with NEBZA on the occasion of their 30th anniversary. Wishing you all the best, moving forward to the next years ahead. And, you know, it's been a wonderful experience for what we are doing, especially at Ogungwadon Free Trade Zone. Yes. Particularly, we want to thank the NEBZA MD for his resilience and the innovations you're bringing to NEBZA. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. May I, at this juncture, invite the MD CEO of Ladol Free Trade Zone, Dr. Emi Jadesimi. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She's the first lady to be approaching the podium thus far. And thank you very much indeed for what you're all doing.
Good morning, Excellencies. I'll stand on previous protocols. It's with great joy that we celebrate today with NEBZA. Yes. We thank the Managing Director of NEBZA and OGEVZA for organizing this event. And I know that if we continue to work together with the partnership model that the MD of NEBZA has shown us, we will have 30 plus years of success and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We'd then like to invite at this juncture the MD CEO Combination Industry. Let's invite Nick Meripuri. A round of applause for Nick Meripuri, the very first investor in the free zone scheme in Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. Can I get double the time?
Okay, because you're the first, I think because you're the first, we can add just 1 more minute. So you have two.
Double the time.
Yes, just 2 minutes. Thank you.
I don't think 2 minutes is enough. So let me try and be concise. I've seen very old faces here who we started with in 1997. I would like to say hearty congratulations to past and present administrations at NEBZA. Pardon me, I don't know much of OGSA. They've always stood by us, and the resilience has been there. We very much appreciate it. The fight continues. Like the MD said, they're going to close the gates. I'm sure we could do better. Hearty congratulations once again, and all the best at the conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me then invite very quickly the General Manager Marketing, Lekki Free Zone, Mr. Doherty. Please come speak on their behalf. Mr. Doherty? The rule hasn't changed. You're entitled to 1 minute.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. On behalf of my MD, my name is Mr. Modele Doherty. I would like to thank NEBZA in particular for all the help. And as we celebrate this 30th anniversary, I'm not only going to congratulate NEBZA, but also as well, I think we have the right people at the helm of affairs and the directions we're going. I think the next 30 years is not even going to be the limit. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Let's make that a plus for him. A lot louder than that, please. Let me quickly at this junction mention that we do have the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, His Excellency Gabriel Udom, Gabriel Emmanuel, represented at this occasion by the Chairman, Technical Committee on Foreign Direct Investments, Akwa Ibom State. Would like to welcome Gabriel Ukbe in his stead. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much for coming. Let me then invite very quickly the former Minister of State for Health, who later became Minister of Foreign Affairs, and today he is a Director, Government Relations at the BUA International, and also standing in representing Bundu Free Processing Zone here, to please come forward and give us his goodwill message. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Aliu Idi Hong. With a resounding applause, we can welcome him, please.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to use this opportunity to first and foremost congratulate the MD of both OGSA and NEBZA for the great work they have done toward expanding the work of the special economic zones in the country. As former minister representing the Ministry of Trade and Investment, I was associated at one time with this free trade zone. I have seen the remarkable feat these two agencies have attained within the short period of time I have their history. I think this is highly commendable, and I want to strongly commend the MD of NEBZA for those very strong words. We at Bundu have had challenges, but Bundu, in their own capacity as the supervising agency, has helped us toward finding our roots and finding the enterprise we are operating in Bundu to be successful. I think it's highly commendable, and both the two agencies should continue to stand with the enterprises in those zones so that at least laws will be applied toward the expansion of the enterprises in those zones. Highly congratulations for this 30 years of your existence, and we hope and pray that the more 30 years to come will be more successful in the special economic trade zones we are hoping to establish in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words. The good thing is, the Englishman says 40 dogs cannot be wrong. When you see 40 dogs backing at one direction, all backing, it means something is actually fishing. And for very many people to have come here to give thumbs up to the free zones scheme in Nigeria, it means you're actually doing a yeoman's job. Please, let's celebrate them with another round of applause, please. And very quickly, I'd like to recognize the presence of Sunday Wama, Advisor on Special Economic Zones West, Intels Nigeria Limited, Mr. Innocent Ogbuji, General Manager, West Africa Container Terminal Oil and Gas Free Zone on air, Mr. Lucky Ogbodeke, Director Tax Incentives Management, Federal Inland Revenue Service. Can we give all of them a round of applause as I then invite Mr. Innocent Ogbuji to please step forward for his goodwill message. Innocent Ogbuji, please. You have just 1 minute, and I'd like to also prepare the representative of Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, to please be on standby for the governor's goodwill message as well.
On behalf of the Managing Director of West Africa Container Terminal (ONE) and the entire staff, my name is Ogbuji Innocent.
Yes,
I wish to congratulate OGZA and NEBZA on the 30th anniversary. Thank you for your collaboration with the agencies in order to create room for the investors to achieve the benefits, and also want to appreciate the good synergy between the two agencies. We wish you better years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. The very last goodwill message is going to be coming from the governor of Akwa Ibom State, ably represented here by Gabriel Ukbe, the chairman, Technical Committee on Foreign Direct Investments, Akwa Ibom State. Please, let's welcome him with a resounding applause as he gives us the governor's goodwill message. Your Excellency.
Thank you. On behalf of the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Udom Emmanuel, I'd like to welcome everybody to the conference. I also like to congratulate both NEBZA and OGZA. I think we are the only state in the country that has the largest free trade zone, a total of 64,000 hectares. And we are accommodating both OGZA, they gave us 50,000 hectares of free trade zone, and NEBZA 14,000 hectares of free trade zone. Akwa Ibom is well positioned to accommodate both. We face the Atlantic Ocean, and we're ready for investors. So welcome everybody, and have a good time. God bless you.
Very brief and straight to the point. I've just been asked to accommodate one more individual, and I just introduced him earlier on, Mr. Ogbodeke from the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Please would like that you come forward and give us your goodwill message. Can we give him a resounding applause as he makes his way here? That's going to be the very last goodwill message for the day, and then we'll move on from there. Thank you very much.
Adopt existing protocols. On behalf of the Executive Chairman, the Board, the management and staff of Federal Inland Revenue Service, we'd like to congratulate the leadership of NEBZA and OGZA, the Supervising Ministry, the Association, and all the enterprises on this 30th anniversary. We wish you all good luck and more successes in the years ahead. Thank you.
would like to crave your indulgence and plead for your kind understanding. Whilst I had said that might have jolly well been the last goodwill message, I'm compelled under this circumstance to accommodate 3 more, but because they are quite brief, please, I'd like that you indulge us, please. I'd like to, at this point in time, therefore, invite the representative of the Controller General of Customs to please come for the Controller General's goodwill message. Ma'am, please, would like that you come over here quickly for your goodwill message. Immigrations, please be on standby, as well as the UNIDO country representative. Please be on standby as well for your goodwill message.
For that consideration, and I am standing on the existing protocols. I'm representing my Controller General, Colonel Hamid Ibrahim Ali, retired CFR, and also the entire management of customs and the entire customs officers. I want to congratulate NEBSA. You have done tremendous job in these 30 years. And I assure you, from my Controller General, that Custom will do everything within her power to make sure that the government's thoughts are achieved. We have gone with NEBSA to solicit for investors. It is our duty to join hands with the NEBSA security team to make sure that these investors are secure and that their investments are also secure and that there is a very beautiful playing ground for everybody. Thank you very much. We wish you many, many more years of other achievements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Hamid Ibrahim Ali, retired, speaking through the DCG. Thank you very much, ma'am. It is at this point that I'd like to recognize Ibrahim Rahim, ATV Abuja Legal and Free Zone Services. Thank you for coming. I then invite the Comptroller General Nigeria Immigration Service, Isa Jere MFR, represented by IAM Haliru, Deputy Comptroller General, in charge of visa and residency. Please let's give him a round of applause as well.
Good morning all. They say we should stand on existing protocol. Why I stand on the existing protocol? I am IAM Haliru, Deputy Controller General of Immigration. I am representing the Controller General Idris Issa Jere, MFR, who traveled for official engagement, and I'm acting on his behalf because of the potency of this program. I have to personally come and leave the office to come and represent him personally. I'm the acting CG, but I have to come because this program is very critical to us. Well, what we are here for is to celebrate ourselves, not only to celebrate NEBSA and OGSA, but we have to appreciate the two bodies, and we have to appreciate the intellectual properties. That is those security agencies, the investors, the MDs, the two MDs, and other stakeholders who are working with NEBSA and OGSA. Let us congratulate each and everybody and congratulate ourselves. It is work well done. It is an issue of investment. And everybody knows direct investment starts with immigration service. Because when you talk of foreign direct investments, it's foreigners who are coming in. And our critical rules is 3 ways. At point of leaving the country where you intend to come into the country, we profile you. And when you arrive at the airport, we profile you, we accept you. And when you enter into the country, we profile you and we give you residency. Or if you are a guest, then we say bye-bye. If you are going, we stamp, you say bye-bye. So in view of this, I want to thank the two MDs and thank all the critical stakeholders who make this conference possible and laudable. 30 years is not a joke. Even though if you boy a child and it's 30 years, you know it has gone a long way. More is given to you and more is expected. So we expect more foreign investors to come and invest into the country so that our economy can be improved. I wish you well. It is a good program, a great program, a laudable program to improve our economy and sustainability in the country. So thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir. Hold on, please. The rep of the CG wants to add something. He must have forgotten something in the course of his speech.
In our critical trading, we have what we call one-stop border post. And all free zone is one stop, whereby what the MD said, I stand by him. Honestly, it's not a place that you create bottleneck, a country within a country, and it's for ease of doing business. So honestly, I supported you. Thank you.
And those of you in support of what the MDs have said, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for yourselves one more time. Thank you very much. Very quickly, would like to take the very last goodwill message. And this is going to be coming from the Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office of UNIDO ITPO. Please join me in welcoming Abimbola Wycliffe. Please can we welcome her with a resounding applause.
I stand on existing courtesies and I salute the MD of NEPSA as well as the MD of OGEBZA for a fantastic event. I congratulate you on the 30th anniversary of SEZs in Nigeria, and I applaud every effort that's currently going on towards a sustainable industrialization, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you very much indeed, ma'am. We appreciate you, and for all of you that have come here to speak and have paid glowing tributes to the MDs of the two agencies of government, we want to also appreciate you because you are in the industry, and if they are not doing well, you'd have had cause to say that. But for everyone that has come here to say that they're doing well, and they should be giving free hands to operate and not creating bottlenecks, I think these men deserve bigger round of applause. Let's celebrate them one more time, please. All right. Looking at the time, my time pays us 15 minutes on 12 noon. And so what that means, I've been asked that we can now go for our tea break, which will last for just 15 minutes. And as we move out for the tea break, we're expected to reconvene after 15 minutes. And so we can move into the technical session. Remember that we have a guest lecturer who's going to give us a lecture on this 30th anniversary celebration. And of course, we also have the panel of discussants that will be discussing some of these very salient topics that have been selected. So please, at this juncture, would like to invite the MDs to be the ones to then lead their guests as they go for the coffee break. Please, we expect you back in this auditorium within 15 minutes of this time. Thank you very much, and bon appetit. Enjoy your tea, please, as you go. All our guests from the African continent are also expected to join you as you go for your tea break. Please, your conference materials, you must take good care of them, except you have someone that is looking after them for you. But please enjoy your tea break. We expect to have you back pretty shortly. Thank you very much.
Lagos Free Zone, the first private free zone in Nigeria with the fully integrated deep sea port, is an ideal location to serve the demand centers in West Africa, home to about 350 million strong consumer base. LFZ is well connected to all major cities in the hinterland by road and by air. We are located 65 kilometers east of Lagos metropolis along the Lekki Corridor, the Sunrise Development Corridor of Lagos State, fast consolidating itself as the engine of economic growth in Nigeria. Uniquely integrated with Lekki Port, the deepest seaport in the region, Lagos Free Zone unlocks deeper reach to local and international markets. Sustainably developed as the premier investment location for varied businesses, LFC is an ideal destination for manufacturing facilities due to its strategic advantage in enabling easier access to critical success factors such as land, world-class infrastructure, and an unwavering commitment towards enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Investors in Lagos Free Zone benefit from the conducive and hassle-free live-work-play environment. Amenities such as housing, hotels, parking hubs, communications infrastructure, power station, medical facilities, and leisure centers are provided and maintained so that you can focus on growing your business. In addition to the enabling environment for growth, investors at Lagos Free Zone enjoy a host of fiscal benefits and preferential policies backed by the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority. These include various tax benefits, import duty exemption, unrestricted access for skilled workforce, and tax-free remittance of profits and dividends. Lagos Free Zone is a world-class industrial zone, carefully planned with state-of-the-art infrastructure, services, and facilities to help your business thrive. We welcome you to Lagos Free Zone, your gateway to a new frontier. Lagos Free Zone, the first private free zone in Nigeria with the fully integrated deep sea port, is an ideal location to serve the demand centers in West Africa, home to about 350 million strong consumer base. LFZ is well connected to all major cities in the hinterland by road and by air. We are located 65 kilometers east of Lagos metropolis along the Lekki Corridor, the Sunrise Development Corridor of Lagos State, fast consolidating itself as the engine of economic growth in Nigeria. Uniquely integrated with Lekki Port, the deepest seaport in the region, Lagos Free Zone unlocks deeper reach to local and international markets. Sustainably developed as the premier investment location for varied businesses, LFZ is an ideal destination for manufacturing facilities due to its strategic advantage in enabling easier access to critical success factors such as land, world-class infrastructure, and an unwavering commitment towards enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Investors in Lagos Free Zone benefit from the conducive and hassle-free live-work-play environment. Amenities such as housing, hotels, parking hubs, communications infrastructure, power station, medical facilities, and leisure centers are provided and maintained so that you can focus on growing your business. In addition to the enabling environment for growth, investors at Lagos Free Zone enjoy a host of fiscal benefits and preferential policies backed by the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority. These include various tax benefits, import duty exemption, unrestricted access for skilled workforce, and tax-free remittance of profits and dividends. Lagos Free Zone is a world-class industrial zone carefully planned with state-of-the-art infrastructure, services, and facilities to help your business thrive. We welcome you to Lagos Free Zone, your gateway to a new frontier. Lagos Free Zone, the first private free zone in Nigeria with the fully integrated deep sea port, is an ideal location to serve the demand centers in West Africa, home to about 350 million strong consumer base. LFZ is well connected to all major cities in the hinterland by road and by air. We are located 65 kilometers east of Lagos metropolis along the Lekki Corridor, the Sunrise Development Corridor of Lagos State, fast consolidating itself as the engine of economic growth in Nigeria. Uniquely integrated with Lekki Port, the deepest seaport in the region, Lagos Free Zone unlocks deeper reach to local and international markets. Sustainably developed as the premier investment location for varied businesses, LFZ is an ideal destination for manufacturing facilities due to its strategic advantage in enabling easier access to critical success factors such as land, world-class infrastructure, and an unwavering commitment towards enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. Investors in Lagos Free Zone benefit from the conducive and hassle-free live-work-play environment. Amenities such as housing, hotels, parking hubs, communications infrastructure, power station, medical facilities, and leisure centers are provided and maintained so that you can focus on growing your business. In addition to the enabling environment for growth, investors at Lagos Free Zone enjoy a host of fiscal benefits and preferential policies backed by the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority. These include various tax benefits, import duty exemption, unrestricted access for skilled workforce, and tax-free remittance of profits and dividends. Lagos Free Zone is a world-class industrial zone, carefully planned with state-of-the-art infrastructure, services, and facilities to help your business thrive. We welcome you to Lagos Free Zone, your gateway to a new frontier.
So, discussions with the Ambassador Yanov Fred Aga, Olusegun Otayo, Dr. Edie, Mr. Iloba, Eze, David Fred, Pascal So these four, those of you that are through the team, please let's reconvene. Let's come back to our seats so we can get the technical session underway. Welcome back, our guest lecturer, Prince Adetukubo Kayode, SAM. Welcome you back. Tea break. We also welcome the MDC of Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Senator Tijani Yakola NFR. Welcome you back. We also welcome the Chairman Board of NEBSA. Welcome you back. Welcome the MDCEO, Nigeria Export Processing Free Zones Authority, I beg your pardon, Professor Adesoja Adesuba. Welcome you back. And we also welcome back the Executive Secretary, Nigeria Economic Zones Association, Mr. Isaac Oluwatoyin Elegbede. We welcome you back as well from the tea break. Dr. Edie Hong, we welcome you back, sir. Thank you very much. Our panelists, we welcome all of you back. We welcome all of you back. As soon as the moderator settles down, we would like to constitute the panel, but just before then it will be the lecture that will be delivered by our guest lecturer. join us immediately so we can get the technical session underway, especially that we've lost a lot of time already and we're meant to round up before 4 o'clock as to enable this place get set for the gala night. We're reconvening, and as many as are still standing at the foyer, please join us in this auditorium so we can get started, please. The moment we get settled, we'll be inviting our guest lecturer, Prince Adetukumbo Kayode SAN. His lecture is on the evolvement of SEZs as a tool for economic growth. The discussants will be Ozomena Naji, Director Trade and Exchange from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Dr. Noble Abe is the CEO, McCannon Industries Limited. Whilst Emeka Obegolu is Chairman, Nigerian Communications Commission Dispute Resolution Center. Abimbola Wycliffe is Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office, UNIDO, ITPO. And Dr. Adeshino Agboluaje is a Principal Partner, Sinolat Company and former MD of NEBZA. Emeka Ene is the MD Enugu Power and Energy Industrial Free Trade Zone. So there will be the discussants. But would like to join as many as are still outside to please join us so we can get this technical session underway. Are the ushers anywhere close by? Please, ushers, where are you? Ushers. Ushers should please help us whisper to our participants at the foyer to please join us here so we can get started, please. The ushers or the security operatives should please do us that honor of having to let our guests know that we're bound to get started. Ushers, please. Ushers and those of you in that uniform, can you please help us whisper to our delegates and participants that we are starting, we're reconvening already. Again, many thanks to all the sponsors in their large numbers. Eco Atlantic, Intel's Nigeria Limited, Lagos Free Zone, Eco Support Free Zone, Bestap Free Zone, Sterling Petrochemicals, Snake Island International Free Zone, Chairman Board Ogun Guandon, Ladol Free Trade Zone, Notori Power and Infrastructure, Combination Industry, as well as Dangote Industries Free Zone, represented at this event by Olayinka Akonde, the Managing Director. We appreciate all of you. Hamilton Technologies, Brass Fertilizer, Alaro City, AHL, NACO Aviance, Cellplus, WACT, M. Sally Company Limited, Valorec, Lekki Free Trade Zone, Pinnacle Oil and Gas Limited, Bestaf Bundu Free Trade Zone, Lagos Free Trade Zone, Integrated Logistics Services Limited, that's Intel's, and a host of others, so numerous. Many thanks to IAM Event Solutions. IAM Event Solutions and Media, we thank you so much. Ushers, please. Please help us speak to the participants that we actually reconvened, and we would like to get started, but we want the hall to get filled to capacity to a large extent before we get started. Snake Island Integrated Free Trade Zone, and amongst many of them that are here today, we did listen to all of them come out one after the other to give us goodwill messages. And I also hope that Dr. Reuben Bamidele is around with us because he is moderating the very first session. Okay, we appreciate you having you here, sir. Thank you. Is Mr. Ozomena Naji with us as well? Ozomena. We'd like to recognize the presence of His Royal Highness Dr. Emmanuel Udontuk, founder and president, Inter Mamlaka Destinations Limited. We'd like to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. Abangao, you're welcome, sir. It looks like the ushers themselves are on the queue for tea. We give ourselves 15 minutes for the tea break. We've exceeded 40 already. Looking at the 50th minute, and that means that we're starting behind schedule. The entire first technical session is expected to, they're giving, I think, 45 minutes. That's inclusive of the lecture and the discussion and the Q&A, questions and answers that might follow. Ushers, please help us speak to our participants. Please. Who is chaperoning the ushers? Can you just inform our delegates at the foyer that we've started, please, so that we can be joined by all of them and we get these underway quickly, because time is of the essence. And again, I'd like to welcome my sister and colleague, a lady with a sonorous voice, Markwe Ogun Yusuf of Channels Television. Would like to welcome you. She's moderating the second plenary. We appreciate you. Can we please give her a round of applause, please? Thank you for coming. Ushers, can you still go back to that foyer and please invite everyone to come back inside, please, except for the exhibitors. I'd like to welcome back the guest lecturer, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, SAN. We also welcome back the managing directors and CEOs of Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Senator Tijani Ayakara MFR, as well as Professor Adesoji Adesugba, MD CEO, Nigerian Export Free Zones Authority. We welcome you back, and all our distinguished guests. If I have the nod from the organizers, I think we are set to get this session underway. Do we have the nod? Can we get started? And the latecomers will join us afterwards. Do we take it that we've also formed a quorum enough for us to be able to bring our guest lecturer to the podium for his lecture? Have we? Can I get a yes or a no from all of you? If it's a yes, then let it be a yes. Is it a yes? Is it a yes? All right, thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for finding time to be part of this event. The very first lecture in this technical session is the evolvement of the special economic zones as a tool for economic growth. The anniversary lecture is to be delivered by no less a person than the former Minister of Defense, former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and the man who laid the foundation for the modern day Abuja Chamber of Commerce whilst he held sway as the Director General Abuja Chamber of Commerce, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, SAN. He is an international arbitrator and tax expert. Prince Kayode is a multifaceted federal cabinet minister who has served in various ministries, and as a leading corporate and business lawyer, tax expert, and international arbitrator, he has achieved the highest honor as a senior advocate of Nigeria and Life Venture and is a recipient of Nigerian National Honors of the Commander of the Order of the Niger CON. He has also been honored by the Republic of Liberia with the National Honors of the Distinguished Service Order DSO of Liberia, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, United Kingdom, the Chartered Institute of Mediators and Consulators of Nigeria, and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. He has business interests and investments in skills development, mining, power distribution, agriculture, and hospitality, with special focus on foreign direct investments, especially special economic zones and industrial development. He chairs various national bodies and was recently asked to chair the business development group of a newly instituted African Business Council. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest lecturer at this 30th anniversary celebration of the Free Economic Zone Scheme of Nigeria. Let's please welcome with me Prince Adetokunbo Kayode S.A.N. Can we make that applause for him a lot louder than that as it comes up? We'll take the lecture, after which we'll be introducing the discussants to then take their seats directly behind the guest lecturer. Can we hear that applause for him one more time as it takes us through this lecture? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we don't use MCs anymore. We call it, what do you call them? Directors of ceremonies. I think when I grow up, I also like to be a director like you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here. I'm also very pleased to see all of you. I will not dwell on protocol because of time. We took more than 15 minutes to do coffee break as usual. But thank God it's not lunch, because if it were in those days when we go for lunch, you see many of us dozing off and or snoring after some heavy dose of amala or tuwo or whatever. Before we start, can we do one or two quiz competition? I'm sure with my brother Senator Kaura here and the professor, they'll be able to plunk out some prize for whoever wins. Now, what is the gemstone for 30th anniversary? Who knows? There'll be only 3 questions. I know. Gemstone for 30th anniversary, because we are celebrating 30th anniversary of the free zones in Nigeria. Okay, what is the flower for 30th anniversary? Actually, I want ladies to answer this. Any lady that gets this, get a few dollars before leaving here today. Okay, the easiest one of all. What is the color of 30th anniversary? So the MDs will end up keeping their monies in their pocket. Okay, the color, what's the most prominent color here? Sorry? No, green. The most prominent color. That's the color of 30th anniversary. So we must thank the organizers for at least getting that, knowing that that's the color. The flower is lily and the gemstone is pearl. So please keep that in mind. When we come here to celebrate the 40th anniversary and the 50th anniversary, these same questions will be asked. So having laid that as foundation for the ideas that we would like to push forward this afternoon, I want to say that I am not competent to give a lecture to the experts who are seated here, both the investors who are experts in their fields, or the regulators, or the top government officials, immigration, custom, security, they're experts in their field, so who am I to give them a lecture? But we all have ideas about good things, and ideas rule the world. So what I'm going to be talking about is just a few ideas which I want to toss up mainly and primarily to support the desire and the vision of government to use the special economic zones, as it's been done all over the world, as an instrument, as a tool for economic development, and all the good things that follow it, whether employment, investment, empowerment, happiness, and so on and so forth. So we'll toss up these few ideas so that we can see that, one, that the vision is a good vision. It's been done all over the world. That to make it work is hard, but it is doable. And that we must continue to work hard at it. And that with that, more gains will come our way. So, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, the association, the authorities for putting this together and inviting me to say these few words. I'm also grateful to all my friends here who have been congratulating me for being honored with the opportunity to give this speech. They didn't know that I don't really have a speech. They thought I had a speech. So I hope I will not disappoint you too much. Now, with its over 210 million people, Nigeria has sought ways to improve and drive its economy in a sustainable manner, guaranteeing jobs for its citizens and stimulating economic growth. It is generally well known that special economic zones, operational in different parts of the world, have brought tremendous growth and economic development to host countries. Not wanting to be left behind, Nigerian government in 1992 enacted the Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority and formally adopted this concept as a policy tool to grow the national economy. SEZs, as we call them today, have since featured prominently in the country's investment facilitation mechanisms. Over the years, it has also featured in the broader, albeit short-term Nigerian trade and industrial policies, including the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan and the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, as well as the Nigerian Economic Stability Plan. All these are short-term plans which has recognized the importance of the special economic zones regime. A special economic zone is generally a geographically delineated area subject to differentiated regulation and administration from the host country in which it resides for the purpose of attracting foreign direct or other investment in diverse economic activities that could not otherwise be achieved. SEZs are expected to accelerate economic development, create employment and social empowerment. Investment coming either as foreign direct investment or other forms of investment are attracted to the zones by the layer of profit, flexible and liberal fiscal and regulatory regimes, market access, and cheap labor. There are different types of economic zones. Special economic zones, you have SEZ, you have FZ, free zone, you have free trade zone, you have export processing zone, free ports, single enterprise zones, industrial parks, tech parks, and so on. And all these nomenclature are at times interchangeable. The intention is, however, ultimately the same: to create an atmosphere where business investment will thrive, jobs created, economic value generated and shared. So governments all over the world and also in Africa have adopted these mechanisms. Using the African Export Zones Organization data, SEZs in Africa, especially in Africa, Nigeria has about 27. Now, these data are neither here nor there because UNCTAD have a different set of data, NEBSA has its own data, and so on and so forth. But the most important thing is that Nigeria is leading in terms of the quantum of SEZs in Africa. But I do not know whether the quantum is material. Because I think that quality of efficacy is more important. Take, for instance, Morocco in Northwest Africa has done remarkably well by a well-crafted strategy, policy framework, and implementation of its SEZs, especially in automotive, aeronautical sectors, also in light manufacturing and food processing. Ethiopia is also doing well in garment and textiles. But the current statistics show that in Africa, only about 15% of SEZs are fully operational. And we have the same challenges here. We have many SEZs, not all of them are optimally performing. We can and must therefore do better than this. To be successful and efficacious, therefore, we must craft very clear vision and policy framework, and of course, put in place strong legislative and statutory backing for a critical achievement of the objective of the special economic zones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have stated that the primary objective of SEZ is to attract FDIs and other investment. This is especially the case in developing countries where almost all SEZs are set up to attract investment in labor-intensive, export-oriented, light manufacturing sectors, whether garment, shoe, manufacturing, electronics, automotive, components, food, and so on. But I want to suggest that we do a rethink of the vision or the mirage of getting all our FDI from outside Africa. We must look inwards to encourage African partnerships and to attract African investors. The platform given to us by the AFCFTA enables us to, on a bilateral and multilateral basis, pool funds for investment in SEZs in Africa. This avenue we must explore and implement assiduously. Sources of FDIs from outside Africa are also looking to sell finished products from the source countries. So why should they assist you to compete with them? Investors like Aliko Dangote of Nigeria seem to have shown that this is possible. Looking inwards is good and will ultimately enable us to develop the culture of investing in ourselves. It is like charity. It begins from home. And I want to underscore this point again. When the MD of NEBSA was making his remarks, he talked about the new engagement with SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. And the whole idea of that really is to enable the public, the Nigerian public, and maybe the African public also invest in special economic zones. Because if some of the investors in the special economic zones or prospective investors in the zones are able to source funds from IPOs, from the public, then you see that all of us will actually be able to contribute our own bit into investment into the zones and not necessarily rely or expect or dream or pray for only one source of investment, which would be the FDI. Employment generation. Nigeria, like many other African countries, have a large reserve of low-wage, low-skilled workers. SEZs can, and we must insist that they do absorb this abundant workforce, which will otherwise be underused and unemployed. But there can be no tangible employment without skills. The Nigerian SEZs must prioritize skills development, reskilling, and upskilling for the available abundant workforce. The National Special Economic Zones policy of every country must clearly stipulate and emphasize skills development in terms and conditions of the zone licensing. It can also be mainstreamed into incentives regime where certain incentives are given based on the quantum of staff trained and quality of skills imparted. Such incentives exist, for example, in the Moroccan SEZ. And again, what am I saying? If one of the main reasons for instituting the special economic zones regime is to create jobs, and if you cannot really create employment unless your people have skills, then skills development itself becomes a critical factor in achieving the purpose as well as in the service delivery. So that part of the incentives that the incentives that government offer to investors should include they contributing to skills development so that the people who are the targets can also be properly employed. Now, new sectors of the economy. I want to suggest that we must be audacious in pursuing policy approaches and mechanisms like China did in Shenzhen and Shanghai in the 80s. Their experimental approach, coupled with a reform-oriented mindset, proved very successful. So we must scale up and think out of the box. Indeed, break the box of ideas. At inception, SEZs in Nigeria were programmed mainly and only for manufacturing. Meanwhile, the law establishing the EPZs, as they were called then, made provision for manufacturing as well as services, including banking, insurance, and allied financial services. The situation has remained like this for almost 30 years. What am I saying? Today, the bulk of what we do in the EPZs or in the SEZs is manufacturing. Very little services. Meanwhile, we know that the law mandates that services, commercial services, could be, including banking and financial services, could and should be done in the zones. Again, the MD, as if he had a peek into my paper, had made a point about the challenges being faced by the authority in charge of finance in Nigeria, the central bank. Later in this paper, I've made the point that government agencies must, at least when it comes to special economic zones, they must meet in the middle. They cannot stay like a flat plank on parallel lines that do not meet. They must cooperate, and collaborate, and not compete. They must give support for the laws and policies made by government so that the economy can actually improve. So we must appreciate the management of NEBZA, our host, for initiating new thinking to broaden the perspectives of SEZs in Nigeria. We welcome the plan for the establishment of financial centers, blockchain and digital economy within, and financial centers, blockchain and digital economy within the special economic zones regime. We must be ready to enter into agreements to explore the possibility of a virtual SEZ and other forms of businesses that will come to empower the special economic zones. In addition, there is need to, as a matter of urgency, explore the opportunities afforded by the services industry. We must encourage and facilitate SEZ for the creative industry, the technology sector, the green economy, the circular economy, legal and dispute resolution services. We all know what I mean by the green economy. This is one of the biggest sectors today in the world. The economy that is eco-friendly and environmental friendly has support. So we must open up our SEZs for this. The same thing applies to circular economy, which is mainly sourcing your raw materials from waste. Recycling business is huge. Recycling creates a circular economy whereby the sources of your raw materials is actually somebody else's waste. And this is very important for us to key into. And this should be in addition to specialized processing special economic zones for agricultural commodities, forestry, and extractive industries. Now, I want to emphasize this. I want support of government to the two organizations, both NEBSA and OGEBSA, for purposes of ensuring that our raw materials are processed here before we begin to export them. For God's sake, in the year 2022, why do we still export raw palm oil? The worst one is cocoa. Meanwhile, we all eat chocolate. I mean, then we might as well just do it in Calabar or Kano or wherever. And we'll create more jobs, more opportunities, and of course, we'll keep to that value chain, which is big. And of course, whoever invests in it, whether foreign investors or local investors, they will make a lot of profit. And it's good for the economy. So the focus now should be, we should, as a matter of urgency, begin to push for the establishment of these special zones within the country. Now, contribution to economic growth. From 1992 to date, the SEZs in Nigeria have evolved from relatively simple proposition of being enclaves for export processing to an increasingly range of propositions with greater interactions with the customs territory. New SEZs are designed to achieve more specific development objectives and now play more important roles in facilitating national, regional, and local economic development and global economic connections. SEZs have contributed significantly to national development in ways that go beyond their primary policy purposes. The contributions can be categorized as static and dynamic. Aside from the static contribution are FDI to the tune of billions of dollars and billions of naira of direct domestic investment. We also have creation of thousands of jobs and improving economic and export growth. Dynamic contributions include skills upgrading, technology transfer, especially in oil and gas, logistics, export diversification, improved trade efficiency of domestic firms, industrial cluster formation, and integration into the global value chain. However, evidence shows that while the contribution of SEZs vary across countries, depending on strategic policies underpinning the implementation of the SEZ regime, the domestic stage of the country, the development stage of the country, and other peculiar variables, there is a heightened tendency for SEZs to fail amidst a fragile regulatory environment, lack of political will, changing dynamics of international funding, and so on. The SEZs in Nigeria have survived with relatively great performance. For this, I want to congratulate NEBSA and the OGEBSA for their service, commitment, and endless hard work to making the SEZ concept a success in Nigeria. Challenges of regulation and bureaucracy. In most jurisdictions, regulatory bodies tend to seek to compete instead of cooperate and complement the SEZ bodies like NEBSA and OGEBSA. This is not good enough. Partnership and collaboration must be the key driver. The past 2 years, NEBSA has facilitated a rapprochement with Nigerian Customs Service, the security, as well as tax authorities. This is in order to foster cooperation and enable investors operating within the zones to achieve some level of operational efficiency, escape red tape and unnecessary bureaucracy, so as to enjoy ease of doing business. And we want to again underscore this. If government agencies work together so that each one of them can achieve the purpose for which they were set, then it's good for the economy, it's good for the country. We want to see more cooperation, the type of cooperation that has been apparent today when the DCG of Customs spoke. She, with all due respect, she did not speak like a government official. the way we know it in this country. Even the DCG from customs, from immigration too, they spoke in a cooperative and collaborative manner. This is what government, and when I say government, I mean the real government, I mean the villa. This is what villa wants, because that's why they make the law. Agencies of government must cooperate, they must collaborate, they must partner to ensure that each one of them achieves its objective, because we are all working for who? We're all working for this country. Now, infrastructure challenges. SEZ's successes are tied to having complementary fiscal infrastructure in place. However, since their development will depend on the stage of the host country's economic development, such as the case of Nigeria, innovative methods must be devised to build and upgrade infrastructure. We suggest a public-private partnership mechanism must be adopted, since government alone cannot meet this requirement. Another idea is the issue of National Economic Zones Association. And I wish to encourage African countries, because we have done it here, to adopt the creation of National Economic Zones Associations. This will operate within the African Export Zones framework. Nigerian Economic Zones Association, established about a year ago, is doing a great job of canvassing for and protecting the rights and interests of operators within the zones. So the NESA has given some relative comfort to enterprises operating within the zones in Nigeria. In addition, the association can also, now our suggestion, the association can also complement the zone authority in marketing and promoting business into the zones. So it is not only for the association to protect interests of members, but it must seek to expand the base of membership. They seek to expand opportunities for investors to come in. So they are the best, one of the good organizations that can actually market, that can speak about the regime, the SEZ regime in Nigeria. So we want to encourage NESA to take this as a challenge to help to market and promote business into the zones. This will no doubt create a symbiotic and a beneficial relationship with the authorities, which will also benefit the zones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk very quickly about raw materials. The zone enterprise can increase benefits from investment in SEZ schemes by taking advantage of abundance of cheap raw materials available in the country. This is more so in respect of agro-commodity processing enterprises. And I've given the example of cocoa, for instance. There's also crude oil for processing. Well, Dangote has done a great job there, but what about in the south-south? Now we have the opportunity in Bauchi area. So these zones must also key into the idea of investing in the processing of oil, and as well as also in extractive industries. When we mine Nigeria, we just mine raw materials and export, whether granite or iron or whatever. But processing under the special economic zones of extractive materials is very profitable. And there's abundance of this in Nigeria. And it is a win-win situation for all of us. So whether in extractive industries like granite, marble processing, on other metal or stone-based minerals, whether in coal, rolled steel, or recycling, and so on, these are raw materials which investment can be put into, and is abundant here in Nigeria. Other measures. We urge that measures be put in place to ensure that incentive benefits to farms must be in accord with Nigeria's SEZ objectives. It is also vital that stated benefits of FDI attraction, job creation, and export performance improvement do not outweigh the equally important dynamic benefit of skills development, technology transfer, export diversification, improved trade efficiency of domestic firms, and the global value chain integration, which are all crucial factors if Nigeria is to effectively harness the potentials which SEZ offer for its economic transformation. So policies that, because first of all, I believe there is an SEZ policy, and I believe this was made around 1992, thereabout, maybe before. The standard practice in Nigeria is that every 7 years, you review a policy. At least that's the international standard. I think it is very important that every other period, beginning from today, and the agencies can lead the way, that is policy review must take place to factor in the critical interest of national economic transformation by bringing in and aligning this interest with the incentives given. You could increase an incentive, you could reduce it. Depends on what is the trajectory of the economic development you want. And this is very important. And the platform is there already, because by the time you take the agency, you take NESA, and you take the other investors, then you have the critical stakeholders to contribute to this policy. Now, I want to quickly talk about the importance of SEZ within the framework of African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, the AFTA is a new development in Africa. Nigeria has signed on. We are part of it. How can special economic zones contribute to the opportunity the AFTA itself opened up for Nigeria, so we can maximize it? And I think the general consensus is that SEZ can actually do a great deal for us in taking substantial part of our entitlement within the African Continental Free Trade Area. So as regional integration deepens, AFCFTA, SEZ must play a role in deepening industrial and economic development and value within African framework, and this can be done in several ways. I've made some suggestions. One, we want to urge that we establish border and cross-border special economic zones between contiguous countries, and this should be a matter of policy and action. And we believe that the AFCFTA Secretariat can also assist in setting an overarching policy framework for African countries to establish border and cross-border special economic zones. But we in Nigeria, we can push forward and do that. And I think actually the government has that vision already. It's just, again, that there's no integration. If you recall, some years back, maybe 10, 15 years back, the government set up the Border Towns Economic Development Agency or something like that. And you see, everything comes together. The agency is there. Whether it's doing anything, whether it's have achieved any traction, I doubt, but it is there. So it's just now a matter of seeing how there can be collaboration between NEBZA, OGEBZA, and the Border Towns Development Agencies, so that we can begin to see how every part of this country can gain from the SEZ regime. We have 4 countries surrounding us. And we know the challenges in these areas. Part of the points some pundits make is that there is no empowerment around those borders. That is why we have some challenges. So immediately we are able to step down on the issue of security, which I have no doubt will be done very, very soon. I have no doubt about that. That it's going to cool down very, very soon. That's almost given. We should look at possibility of setting up border special economic zones, as well as cross-border special economic zones, to enable us take full advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the opportunity is open for all of us. As an aside, you recall that Nigeria was a bit reluctant to sign the agreement because we didn't sign. We are not one of the first set of people that didn't sign, and maybe that cost us having a secretariat or whatever, I don't know. But my friends on the African continent, because I happen to do work, I'm on the board of African Chamber of Commerce, I'm on the board of African Business Council, and so on and so forth. My friend will say, what is wrong with you? Why are you refusing to sign? In any case, we don't even want you to sign because we believe that you will take all the business from us. If you do, they are more scared of us. Meanwhile, there was some discussion that, we will be oppressed by African countries. Nobody can oppress Nigeria, not in the economy. It's not possible. If you've gone around Africa, you know that. So now, the opportunities that the African Continental Free Trade open for us is for us to take it. And I think that we can use the instrumentality of special economic zones to develop this, make it easier and also much more profitable for our investors as well as for our country. I've made some suggestions about what I think the Secretariat of African Continental Free Trade Area should do. And those suggestions are actually part of my contribution to a discussion that took place in Niger last week about industrialization in Africa and what special economic zones could do and the role AFCFTA should play. I will not bother you with that. I will make the paper available because this is actually something that they have to do. I will make sure that this is done. The representative of UNIDO is here. She invited me for that program, and I'll make sure that she gets a copy of my view about this. But the most important thing is that we have to take the opportunity of the AFCFTA, and we can use the SEZ as part of the framework for that. Finally, the AFCFTA is a multilateral Pan-African institution. It is, however, obvious that it can only achieve the African vision and mandate by encouraging and supporting bilateral cooperation among African countries, especially bilateral SEZ cooperation and collaboration. I decided to read out this because I talk about bilateral SEZ cooperation. And this is a mandate, a challenge I want to present before NEBSA and OGEBSA. We must not only seek to establish SEZs in Nigeria and promote export, we also seek to have bilateral relationship with countries, especially contiguous countries, so that where we need to source maybe raw materials or we need to source intermediate materials, we can do that. And this is very possible. The whole essence is that we will do like this. You understand what I mean? We push our weight and create opportunities for our country, for development, and also even support our neighbors. Because if we patronize their raw materials to manufacture at our border SEZs, they will be engaged too, while we also engage. So going forward, and with your kind permission, I want to ask this question. What policies should we be putting in place now to enable our SEZs to continue to sustain our economic development? I will suggest the following. We suggest that as a matter of continuous actionable policy, ease of doing business must be institutionalized to improve business environment and reduce bureaucratic red tape. And one aspect of the ease of doing business within the framework of SEZ is the point that I've been made today. Allow the agencies set up by law, allow them to comply with their law. Do not block their way. Let them do their job. The government has signed a law that says that the SEZ should be, the authority should be a one-stop shop. Allow it to operate. It's as simple as that. Permit it to operate so that we can realize the vision of government. Second, the world is running a digital system now. The world is running a digital system now, and we dare not lag behind. COVID-19 pandemic showed this very graphically. Our government and commercial processes must therefore be digitalized. I'm happy that I think one of the speakers, I don't know whether it's MD of NEBSA, talk about having e-NEBSA or something like that. You see, it makes work easier, it makes it efficient, and many government agents are also doing that now. So we must fully embrace digitalization, and this is very important. 3, we must also strengthen the legal and policy frameworks governing SEZs to make SEZs more attractive to investors and ensure adequate protection of investment. We need to make SEZ more attractive. What means that whatever we're doing now, we should seek to add to it. Rather than reducing the incentive, we should increase it, because the demand for investment is very high and everybody is seeking it. So you have to be attractive, like a pretty lady, to draw attention. So we have to be attractive to seek attention for this, and this is very possible. And I want to challenge the authorities, because when I looked at the NEBSA Act, for instance, the law establishing NEBSA gives the board and the minister power to expand the incentives. It gives them power to expand incentives. So while they are reticent, while they're slow doing it, I am not clear yet, but it gives them power. It also gives them dynamism. They should look at it and give what is they deem appropriate in the circumstance to attract opportunity. Because you look for wealth. It hardly looks for you. The 4th point I want to make is, and this is very, very important. Now, we know that SEZs are critical economic development tool and should not continue to stand alone like a parallel line. It must be mainstreamed into the broader economic process policies and development plans of the government. That is, we make national plans. Though some people will ask me, what's our recent national plan? But I know as a fact, because I was on the board recently that was crafting a 20-year plan for Nigeria, development plan. SEZs, as a tool for industrial and economic development, must be mainstreamed into the broad national plan at all times. The issue must go beyond budget. And we budget 10 naira for Ogebza or for no. They must mainstream the policy of SEZ into the overarching national plan, so that at all times everybody will be on board. So it will not be strange. For instance, in fact, you will not see NDLA or civil defense or anybody says we want to do something within the zone, when you know that the law does not allow you to do that. When you know that you will go through the agency created by government to do this, and so on and so forth, or that the state government will come to the zones to collect tax. When that's the whole essence of the zone is to make sure they don't come there in the first place. Or the local government will want to ask for sticker or whatever it is they charge, So if you mainstream the national, the special economic zones policy into the overarching national development plan and sensitize everybody about this, it will make our SEZs more attractive and enable them do the work which they were set up to do. The 5th point is the issue of creating new sectors, encouraging new sectors. We must apply a new way of thinking to promote new sectors of economic ecosystem, like digital economy, green economy, circular economy, creative economy. Now, the digital economy and the creative economy needs to be specially mentioned. And I've already, with hope and prayer, given pass mark to NEBSA, for instance, for thinking about bringing in blockchain and doing virtual special economic zone, which I think they must do in any case, because the world will not wait for you. Technology is driving the world now. And you can see every day, Nigerians are doing great things. But a lot of it is being done in Kenya and South Africa and the US. We need to open the door for them here. From what we are told, now in Silicon Valley, quite a number of Nigerian enterprises are there. It's a free zone. So why can't we open the door for them? We must do it. The second one is the creative industry. Creative industry includes, think about it, music, Nollywood, Kannywood, they all belong to us. It's huge. Do you know how well our boys are doing now internationally in music? And so on and so forth. And many countries are key into that to create opportunities for them to prosper, to operate within zones where nobody will disturb them. Other than that, they end up staying abroad and the advantages will be taken over there. So these two sectors are so critical. And whatever the NEBSA or GEBSA and government agencies need to do, they have to ensure that they allow these new sectors to be mainstreamed into the special economic zones. Finally, must adopt effective monetary and fiscal policies to facilitate seamless efficiency in financial transactions and help curb illicit financial flows through the special economic zones. I will take that again. Effective monetary and fiscal policies to facilitate seamless efficiency in financial transactions. If we have the banking facilities within the zone, it will be monitored within that zone. And the law has already provided for it. I think the MD made that point, and this should have been done 30 years ago. It can still be done today. So we'll call on the central bank and the officials involved to do whatever it is they can to ensure that this aspect of services is provided within the special economic zones. It will help this country. And of course, let me just underscore the fact that Security and Exchange Commission is already on this. I've been talking to them about this, and they are ready to give maximum support for this. If SEC can do that, CBN should be doing it. Now, the last word. You permit me, because I wanted to quote two Chinese leaders who were talking about Shenzhen. It's just three lines, so it won't take time. The first is Deng Xiaoping in 1993. He said, 8 years have passed. This time, I come to see that Shenzhen, Suzhou, and some other localities have undergone rapid development. It is really out of my expectations. After seeing all this, I've got enhanced confidence. He was talking in 1993. I think they started this project in about 8 years earlier. Then, the current president, Xi Jinping, in 2020 said, Shenzhen has completed a journey within 40 years that will have taken metropolises in other countries around 100 years to finish. This is a miracle created by Chinese people in the history of world development. My message to you, let us create our own miracle. I thank you all for your kind attention. God bless you.
Let's make that applause for him a lot louder than that. Our guest lecturer at today's occasion. Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you very much indeed. Whilst you put your hands together for him, would then like to invite the panelists to please take their seats. Dr. Emeka Obegolo is Chairman, NCC Dispute Resolution Center, and would like to invite him over, Mr. Emeka Obegolo. He's a founding partner of Greenfield Chambers. He's a practicing arbitrator and mediator, and a fellow at the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, United Kingdom, and Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. He's also the chairman of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Chamber of Commerce Dispute Resolution Center, the chairman of the Governing Council of the Institute of ADR Registrars, and the first deputy president of Abuja Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to abridge it because of time. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming to this side of a divide, one of our discussants at this occasion, Emeka J.P. Obegolu. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause. He's already seated. The next person we're inviting over is Dr. Noble Abe. Is Dr. Noble Abe here with us? Dr. Noble Abe? If he's not, then we'll invite Dr. Adeshino Abolujuagbe or Oboluoja Aje. Obolu Aje, Darijimi, sir. Darijimi. Please let's make that applause for him a lot louder than that. He's a principal consultant, Sinolat Consult, former MD of NEPSA. Dr. Adeshino is a professional with years of experience in public and private sectors. I'm abridging it as well. He studied architecture at the Polytechnic Ibadan and took up a postgraduate program at the Cornell University in the United States of America. Thank you so much for joining us there. We'd invite very quickly to join us on this side, Abimbola Wycliffe. Abimbola Wycliffe is the Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office, UNIDO, and ITPO. Abimbola's career spans the private and public sectors as well as the international civil service to date. She heads she's the head of investment and technology promotion for Africa at the UNIDO. Prior to joining the United Nations, she's worked as a special aide to the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment. Within this role, she's developed 2 interventions with assistance from development partners on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on female-led MSMEs and assessment of Nigeria's readiness for the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Please join me in welcoming Abimbola Wycliffe one more time. Thank you so much for coming. Our next discussant is Emeka Ene. Is Emeka Ene here with us? If Emeka Ene is here, please would like to invite him over. Emeka Ene is the Chief Executive Officer of the Oil Data Energy Group with Enugu Industrial Park Free Zone as one of its subsidiaries. He's a member of the Board of Directors of the World Free Zones Organization, Chairman of the ENP Coordinating Committee on International Gas Union, and serves on the board of several other national and international companies. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of them a round of applause. And I think with that, the only one person we haven't seen is Ozomina Naji and Dr. Noble. Dr. Noble here? In the absence of Dr. Noble, we'll be yielding the microphone to the moderator for this session, Dr. Ruben Bamidele. Dr. Ruben Bamidele, if you're here with us, would like to please join them over here so you can moderate this session. And I think we'll do this with some speed. We've lost a lot of time already, and we have yet another session waiting. And so please, he moderates. As a moderator, I think you're sitting at the other end. As a moderator, that's where you'll sit for the next 15, 20 minutes. I think 15 or 20 minutes. Okay, that one. All right, so we yield the microphone then to Dr. Noble, who is moderating this session. Dr. Ruben Bamidele, I beg your pardon. So the microphone is yours. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause as they take us through this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've heard so much about the involvement of the special economic zones in Nigeria since we came in the morning. I thought I had to do some historical overview of SEZs globally, but because of time constraint, I will not go into that again. But rather, I would just like to do some sort of recap of the presentation of the paper by the speaker. I just left the podium to highlight a few of the key points that I took down. First is the need for skills development, reskilling, and upskilling, including technological transfer He also elaborated on the need for collaboration, cooperation, and partnership, the need to promote services sector in the SEZs in addition to manufacturing that is currently ongoing, the need to promote circular economy in SEZs, and also he emphasized the importance of local sourcing of raw materials, particularly making use of agro commodities, that is value addition. He made mention of innovative approaches to building the required infrastructure in the SEZs, and he emphasized the need for associations to complement the authorities to market the SEZs, and made mention of policy review, need to advocate for this, and also emphasized the importance of the SEZs in the AFCFTA, particularly with the SEZs in the AFCFTA. He made mention of the need to establish border and cross-border SEZs, and then the need to collaborate, to encourage bilateral SEZ cooperation. He also made mention of key policy areas that are very, very important. These include the need to institutionalize ease of doing business, the need to digitalize government and commercial businesses, the need to strengthen legal and policy framework of SEZs and make SEZs more attractive. He emphasized the need for SEZs to be mainstreamed into broader national plans, and the need to encourage new sectors such as the digital and creative industries. And finally, that there's a need to adopt effective monetary and fiscal policies to facilitate SEZ's development. Having laid this basis, we will now go into asking the panelists to give us their perspective on this topic. And I'll begin with Mr. Agboluade. Did I pronounce your name well, sir?
Yeah, that's okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
At the beginning, in the morning, the MD of NEBSA spoke glowingly about you.
Oh, thank you.
It does appear you have good understanding of the workings of the SEZs in Nigeria and how they have evolved. We would like you to kindly tell us this afternoon what policies have worked for SEZ's involvement in Nigeria. What do you think has worked that we should sustain and intensify going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to this session. I must first congratulate the two MDs, OGEBZA and NEBSA. This is what you're doing today, or will be doing the last 2 years. I wish we've been doing that in the last 20 years. From the beginning, there's always this issue of conflicts. We lost over 10 or 15 years over institutional conflicts between one agency and the other, and lack of understanding of the policy itself. From experience, and having lived in China for about 3 years after my term as the MD NEBSA, I would love that we adopt the lead lecturer paper, which also should form the basis of our discussion, so that we do not digress and miss the point most of it he has raised. The problem with the program in Nigeria, we have not achieved as much as we need to have achieved. I was the MD for over a period about 8 to 10 years while in the office. I would have loved to describe those periods as the most turbulent, at the same time progressive, because we did not achieve any progress without a fight, whether with one institution or with one minister. Our minister used to be our minister for about a period of about 4 or 5 months before, from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. From the day he joined as the minister, he joined also in the fight. And the Minister of Justice also that was there, he was also with us. The bane of the problem in lack of progress is lack of discipline. Institutional discipline in agencies that are relating with the free zone. But in the last 4 or 5 years, this dramatically changed. If we have had this at the beginning of the free zone operation in Nigeria, we'll have made more progress than now. But I hope this we're doing also is sustained. And the problem I saw in that is individual interpretation of laws. Our laws, though, were passed or signed, but they were not institutionalized. Most of the provisions of the law are left to the discretion of individual. If this CG see it differently, the whole of the department see it also that same way. If the CG comes and see it more positively, the whole of the department also see it that way. This quarrel went on for many, many years. Instead of facing the real issue, we were fighting how one institution will respect the laws, how the other one will accommodate the laws. And this is not helpful to the growth of the free zone scheme. This is not where we should be. We should have gone far, far, far from this. From the lead topic discussant, he made about, I have issues which are presented in the PowerPoint. There are very many, similar to what the lecturer has said, but I will not bother you with that. I will take issues, how do we move away from here? I wish the organizers have invited the political parties who are contesting for election in 2023. Because if we're not careful, we're going by the full cycle. If today, the people who are going to lead us come next year do not understand what we are talking about. All this effort we have made in the last 30 years, maybe we are likely to have more problems. If, unfortunately, we have leaders in the next year who do not understand what we're talking about here. It now becomes a challenge to the free zones management, both OGEBZA and NEBZA, to sit down with these people. Whoever becomes president in the next year, let them understand. Actually, how would I have thought they will be here for us to understand what we're talking about. Everybody have been campaigning and dancing on the rostrum, but that's not what we need in 2023. We need somebody to really understand where are we going as a nation. We have not made progress. All of us here in this room, look at yourself. Which of the items you are wearing is made in Nigeria? Whether it's your shoe, it's your glasses, it's your cap, it's your wristwatch, virtually everything we consume, we are importing. And our strength in growth, in economic development, I was the Minister of Commerce also for many years. So I knew the policy trend, I knew the implementation, and what the end result. We need to use our consumption for our growth. That's that simple economic revolution, industrialization we need to achieve. Use our consumption for our productivity and industrialization. Until we adopt that as a policy, as a national economic policy, as an action plan policy, as a growth policy, we will still come back here another 5 years, we'll still be talking about what have we done wrong. Mr. Chairman, moderator, without taking too much of your time, all the issues that were listed earlier on remains the real core that why it's making us not to move forward. And I don't know how we go about this. My appeal to the management of NEBZA and OGEBZA, try and engage the people who are campaigning about and dancing at the stadium, that they need to understand the economic input of what lies ahead of us. The next 4 years, if we're not careful, will be more difficult than what we had in the last 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Agua.
So that's my consumption for our productivity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll still come back to you.
Yes, sir.
But we'd like to move on to Mr. Emeka Ene. As a player, what do you think, in addition to what has been said so far by the speakers, could be more helpful to the development of SEZs in Nigeria? You know what the shoe pinches. Can you please elaborate?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to the lead presenter. It was an excellent presentation. I've always wondered why we don't pronounce SEZ. We pronounce NEPZA, N-E-P-Z-A. We pronounce OGZA. We pronounce NEZA. So how come we don't pronounce SEZ as in, maybe because it sounds like something else? Well, yeah, somebody laughed there, so I know what the person was thinking. I have a few slides to share just to again examine whether we're actually pronouncing what we read properly. You know, there are two benefits. I mean, and the thing is, when we shine our eye, we need to just essentially understand why we are all here pushing the impact of SEZs or free trade zones, as it were. You know, whether they are static economic benefits or whether they are dynamic economic benefits. Bottom line is people are being employed, and in another case, there's some level of technology transfer and an increase in the well-being to the people. Ultimately, the value addition of free zones and special economic zones should not be in doubt. The question is, how come that message has not been shared? So, the lead presenter made some allusions to progress that's been made across the world. So I have 3 case studies. But ignore the write-up on the left and look at the picture on the right and say, Haba. Shenzhen was a fishing village 30 years ago. Shenzhen today has the highest concentration of flyovers in the world. What made the difference? Special economic zones. Of course, Dubai is another classic example. Dubai was a desert in 1990 here. Look at the same place. That picture is the exact same place taken in 2020. And we look at the difference. What made the difference was, again, the impact of a special economic zone regime that attracted foreign direct investment. One free zone in Dubai delivers more like almost a quarter of their GDP and a quarter of their foreign direct investment, just one free zone. Okay, we go to a small country like Dominican Republic. It's a small, with due respect, backwater country. But that small country delivers huge value addition just using the special economic zones regime. And we now ask ourselves, what made all these things work? This is a slide I borrowed from the World Bank records, their report. The top section shows the power outages, or time to clear goods. And you can see that on the left you have African free zones, and on the right you have non-African free zones, let me put it that way, right? And you can see there's a difference. The amount of time it takes to clear things through customs or the amount of power outage is significantly higher. Therefore, doing business is just tough. It's a difficult deal. It's a big deal. So what did these guys do right? I mean, essentially, they had support from the government. We have that. They attracted not just FDI, but they attracted diaspora FDI. In other words, what the lead presenter was talking about, that it's time for us to begin to look within the neighborhood for foreign direct investment that comes from people who really want to invest. They have strong links to the domestic economy, both in terms of value addition, in terms of feed input and co. And of course, there are location advantages. Now, were there gaps? Of course, there are gaps. We have a situation which my brother Shino has already talked about. You know, the fact that we have disconnects between our regulators, complete disconnects, where you have to keep reinventing the wheel, where you have a challenge with when you leave NEPZA and go back to the state, if you're located in the state, and you have to deal with the state governments, then the local governments, and of course, all of these different agencies, each one giving you a different set of rules. So in terms of pointing the way on how we can move forward in terms of making this thing work, we have to promote realistic schemes. What I mean by realistic schemes is something that points from A to B. There's an investor who wants to do something, is going to employ some people. Let us work together, and the one-stop shop system works. Project by project, the way NEBSA is approaching things head on. In other words, if we have these challenges and they become roadblocks, how do we partner together, all the agencies partner together to make that project work? It is important that we begin to see things from a pragmatic point of view. In other words, if between today and next year, there must be some progress, zone by zone, what are the issues, and let's unbundle those issues to make things work. We have to create better linkages to the local economy in such a way that we can develop these things. And of course, the future lies with the African Free Trade Area after. At least I can pronounce that one well. Virtual free zones as talked by our lead presenter, but also creating standards, the safe zones, green zones, all of these things are critical if we're going to succeed and solve the problems that we have. Doing business is tough. And anybody in this area knows what I'm talking about. It is tough. It can be really, really tough to do business. But if we put our heads together to solve these problems one by one, we begin to deliver this value.
Mr. Ene,
I'm done. This is my exact last slide.
Thank you.
When a bird is used to crawling, it assumes that flying is a crime. We can fly. We can truly fly. Many times our limitations are internal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to Mr. Obegolu. At the opening in the morning, the MD NEBSA made mention of SEZ's dispute resolution centers, OGSA looking in the direction of establishing a zone, NEBSA trying to establish a zone, and he was advocating for a national one. What would be your view on this?
Okay, thank you. Again, I join the panel in commending the organizers of this conference. Prince Kayode, when he spoke about making these SEZs attractive to investors. And one of the indices of ease of doing business is dispute resolution. How do investors resolve their disputes? You recall that early this year, the dispute between Samsung and Lador, which had dragged for over 5 years, was resolved upon the intervention of the Dispute Resolution Center set up by NEBSA. Now, how did we come about this? When Professor Adeshuba became the DG of MD of NEBSA, the Nigerian Chambers of Commerce Dispute Resolution Center met with him, and he toyed with the idea of setting up a customized model dispute resolution center for special economic zones. And we worked with NEBSA to set up what we have today as the NEBSA ADR unit. Now, what that unit intends to do is to promote efficient and effective dispute resolution for businesses within these special economic zones. Now, commercial disputes are inevitable. When we have over 50 industries within special economic zones employing thousands of Nigerians and doing business amongst themselves and, of course, with other parties. What we need to do to support ease of doing business within the special zones is to improve on what is already on ground. Now, the biggest room in life is the room for improvement. We have the NEBSA Dispute Resolution Center. Now, for OFSA, what I would advise is to come together, sit down with the stakeholders, the industry practitioners, to design what works for them. We cannot be asking to attract FDI and at the same time giving out our dispute resolution to industries outside Nigeria. Now, I'll give you an example. Whether we like it or not, today, most of these industries in their commercial contracts provide for dispute resolution either in London or in Paris. So we're asking these industries to bring in FDI while at the same time, because we do not have effective and efficient model dispute resolution for these industries, they are contracting it to centers outside Nigeria. And of course, we all know what that means. That means we are taking our money outside the country. So let us not create more centers. We need a national center for special economic zones that will be a product of an intensive engagement with stakeholders to design what works for them so that disputes will be resolved within the system, because whether we agree or not, litigation is not an option for commercial disputes. So my advice is that we go back to improve on what is on ground, work with both zone authorities to develop what works for special economic zones. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We move to my colleague Bibi. She heads the Indo ITPO's Investment and Technology Promotion Office, and we would like her to tell us how ITPO has positioned itself to support SEZ's development and sustainability in Nigeria with respect to investment promotion and technology transfer. That is, what does the ITPO have to offer?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be seated here to talk about what UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Office has to offer. Our view is not just limited to Nigeria, but currently we're working in Nigeria through counterpart funding with the government to support the African Industrialization Agenda, which is the AU 2063. It's on this premise that the AFCFTA was pretty much signed into and ratified by most member states, and we now have, an area of free trade across Africa, and it's one of the biggest opportunities. For ITPO Nigeria, we want to work with government as well as the private sector to continue to see how we can get investments into SEZs. But before getting investments into SEZs, you have to look at what exactly is the SEZ doing and what is the premise for even developing an area into an SEZ. In the recent, or in the past, let me put it this way, we have seen SEZs being located in areas across Nigeria based on geopolitical positioning. And one of the things that we are hoping to see as ITPO is to get more SEZs developed that will be looking at it from an economic perspective. I'm happy to see that happening in our conversations and dealings with NEBZA. We have seen that there's a more strategic focus on SEZ's development. We're looking at it from how exactly can we pragmatically help the economy through SEZs, not just because we need to see what other countries are doing and do the same thing, but to actually look at where is our economy heading towards, what is the trend, what dividends do we have in terms of youth, capacity, and where is the demand? Because for you to have an economic zone, you need to be trading value for value. So it's a zone where, for me, even though Mr. Ene was talking about the pronunciation of SEZs, I would add to that to say that I see it more as a solutions and excellence zone, because this is where we should actually come together, sit down and say, what is the solution required to deliver the economy? What is the solution required to improve FDI? How do we attract more FDI? How do we diversify the economy? How do we create more jobs? When we're looking at it from this perspective, we look at it as UNIDO under what we refer to as SDG lensing. Is it checking all the boxes for the SDGs? As in, are we creating jobs? Are we creating value? Is there inclusiveness in what we're doing? And looking at the examples also showcased, we see how SEZs have taken countries from primitive solutions and primitive approaches to economic advancement into world-class cities and centers, as seen in China, as seen in Dubai, as seen even in Ethiopia, here in Africa. And we are saying this is possible in Nigeria. We need to leverage the opportunities we have. AFCFTA is a big opportunity. How do we begin to drive efforts and political will? How do we influence policies? How do we ensure policy is implemented to deliver on trade facilitation, on industrial integration? How do we look at SEZs from the perspective of creating opportunities for global value chains? We have other SEZs, and I'm happy that the AZO team are here as well. The bilateral integration between one SEZ and the other, what exactly is their output product? How do we use that as probably add value to that product and bring it, either export it or utilize it locally? So for ITPO, Investment and Technology Promotion Office, we're looking at all these things, looking at how do we embrace technology so that we also get technology-driven solutions to become a part of what the SEZs are doing. So that it's not just brick and mortar SEZs, but also the digital and virtual SEZs, where we're focused on services, because services is also going to be a big part of the gains of the AFCFTA. We have Europe to leverage, and when the EU was created, there are so many things that I always say are inevitable that would have to happen in Africa. So in as much as we do not need to copy exactly what they have done, we have a lot of examples that we can adapt to help to bring our own economy to where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bibi. We come back to you for the last time. Because of time constraint, we just give each panelist a minute to give us a policy recommendation. We've heard so much about challenges in the areas of policy, infrastructure, political will, insecurity, and so forth. And I listened keenly to the MD of NEBSA in the morning when he was presenting his address. He particularly talked about the incursion of government agencies into the free trade zones, and how this needs to stop. There was a discussion also around separation between operation and regulation in the SEZs, issue of offshore banking regime that needs to take effect in the SEZs. Then we've spoken about dispute resolution already, and the DG of NEBSA made mention of e-NEBSA that should start working from January 2023, and the development of 25 megawatts of power in Kano and Calabar. So with all these challenges and what they are put forth to do in the SEZs, could you kindly just tell us one policy recommendation that you think you can prefer to help the involvement of SEZs going forward in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you. I have some points I've listed here in the PowerPoint. I hope it will show about 12 points of them all. It's all like what we've all had before. Inclusion of the free zone regulation as a national policy. And that also has the political element of who is leading us. If the leader of the country takes it as a part of the target point for which it's going to run the economy, I'll go to way forward. It's all listed there. It's all the issues that we've already said earlier on. It's about 1 to 12. Okay, they said. These are some of them. These are the way forward. It must be taken as a serious matter. I want to think that the council should be able to receive the MD of OGEBZA and NEBZA almost on a weekly basis to tell what direction are we going. What have you achieved in the last 1 month? What have you achieved in the last 3 months? It should be on a regular basis, not to establish this authority and leave them to their own devices. The government also must be seen, and everybody also within the country will see that this is what I'm facing on. As of today, there's no particular industrial policy that is sustainable and that has stayed these 30 years since we started working on this project. Many industrial policies have come and have gone. The one that's still remaining and is still being implemented and being used is this free zone policy. We need to take it as a national policy and it to be driven by whoever is the head of state, not even the Minister of Commerce. That's to be his own presidential policy. That's the way to succeed. If everything we consume in the country passes through the free zone, we will have a change within 1 year of governance. There will be a practical change in the whole of the economy and delivery for industrialization.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Mr. Obegolu.
Yes, let me use the Samsung and Lador case to show us the urgency of dispute resolution. Now, in that case, it dragged for about 10 years, but in 5 years preceding the resolution of that case, for the 3 years before the resolution, there was no activity going on within that space. 10,000 people lost their jobs. Nigerians lost their jobs. It was upon the intervention of the Dispute Resolution Center of NEBZA that both parties came back together. And guess what the government of Seoul said upon resolution? That this resolution will bring back South Korean companies into the Free Zones Authority. So for me, dispute resolution is as urgent as the need to drive this process forward. We need to sit down with the stakeholders to improve on what is on ground and get stakeholders buy-in so we can design a model dispute resolution process for the special economic zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Saine?
Yeah, I think one of the very critical things that would help improve efficiency is to embrace technology. And I think it was very welcome, I would say, announcement by the MD of NEBZA about eNEBZA. And I think the obvious extension of that is that free zones that are leading the way into cross-border e-commerce zones, cross-border trade, will plug into that straight away and allow us to be a bit more efficient in solving the problems that currently beset us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we listen to Bibi, and particularly we would like her to tell us Nigeria needs to increase focus on green and digital SEZs. So what policy actions will you propose to boost MSME's participation in the SEZs?
Okay, so for the SEZs, we
1 minute, please.
1 minute, yes. We see that, the trend is, we're going digital and we're going green. SEZs have a big opportunity here, where with the green special economic zones, such as the one recently done in Kaduna, we're looking to see how we can push more SEZs in the solution space of waste management, pollution control. We're also looking at resource efficiency. I had a discussion with Professor Adeshugba yesterday, looking to do a resource efficiency for all SEZs to see what we can do right in terms of greening the economy so that SEZs are also contributing to carbon emission reductions as well as industrial decarbonization. These are all opportunity areas for SMEs because we have very young, smart women, youth that are looking in this area, thankfully, to the clean tech ecosystem that is also taking very big roots in Nigeria, and we see this as a big area of opportunity, SEZs, clean tech, green economy, and the green SEZs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator, yes. Your point of information. The lead speaker did mention our delay in signing the AFTA. One of the major reasons why Nigeria did not sign after, because I was part of it also, was that they excluded free zone as an origin. They excluded product from the free zone as originating from Nigeria or from the free zone location where it is cited. That clause was not there. If that clause was not included and we signed the AFTA, none of the product from any of the free zone can enter AFTA. Nigeria insisted that that must be included, and there's a gentleman there, Mr. Audu. Mr. Audu was there from the director of the ministry. He's one of the lead fighter on the issue to ensure that that was included and to protect future development of free zones, productivity and material must go into AFTA as stipulated. Initially, it was never included. But thanks to the minister and Director Audu, this was done, and it was virtually signed.
Thank you so much for the information. Thank you for your attention. We will articulate our points and pass to the rapporteurs. Thank you. Thank you from us on this side.
Thank you very much. I'd like that we give them a very resounding applause, especially for the lecturer and the panel of discussants. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and time is really, we're running against time, and we want to speed up this process. And so the next panel that is about to be constituted, can we just stand together so we can have a photograph? I'd like to invite Prince Adetokunbo Kayode Eze to join them upstage for a photograph quickly before he leaves. I'm sure because he's pressed for time, he's been here all day. We'd like to appreciate you. Let's photographers, you can have your tete-a-tete when you eventually leave the stage, but let's have this photograph. MDs, please join them. Let's have this photograph quickly, and then of course, we can exchange your cards a bit later because we need to get the next panel constituted really very quickly. Can we take our positions for the pictures, please? Let's have that photograph quickly of all of you that have been part of this panel, along with the MDs of the two MDs and executive secretary. I think yes, you may wish to come this way. Yes, sir. The presenter should actually have been in the middle somewhere there, and then the executive secretary could come just here, sir. Here. Oh, please stand with the lady, sir, if you prefer. Who am I? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're grateful. Thank you. All right. This panel is disbanded, and we're constituting another one real very quickly because of time. The moderator for this very next session is going to be dealing with expanding the special economic zones ecosystem for operational excellence. The interactive panel is going to be moderated by Maokbe Ogun Yusuf of Channels Television. Please join me in welcoming her, please. And then, of course, we have our discussants that will be joining her. First, we have Dinesh Ratty, the MD Lagos Free Zone. Dr. Dinesh Ratty is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Lagos Free Zone. He has over 20 years of experience working in India and Nigeria before joining the Tolaram Group. He served in various business development roles at Unilever Group and ICICI Bank in November 2004. He joined the group as a finance controller in Lucky Fibers and was promoted general manager in 2005. I think I'll keep it abridged because of time. Mr. Dinesh is already seated, and the next person I'd like to invite then will be the MD Notori Infrastructure, Power and Infrastructure, Femi Solebo. Mr. Femi Solebo is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Notori Power and Infrastructure Limited and Notori industrial city led by Mr. Solebo's vision. NPI is etching its footprints in Nigeria's re-emerging power sector. Solebo has several years of international work experience, including extensive experience in investment banking and finance in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Femi Solebo to the stage. And next to join them as a panel for discussion is Lucky Obodeke. Lucky Obodeke is a consumer tax administrator and financial expert with over 28 years of a professional experience in taxation, auditing, and financial management. Currently, is a director of Tax Incentives Management Department, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Abuja. A round of applause for him, please. Haliru Gishiri's DCG, Nigeria Immigration Service. Mr. Haliru Gishiri is still here with us. Please give him a round of applause. FFR. Oh, please forgive me, MFR, yes. Haliru Gishiri, MFR, please. Thank you so much for joining us. Then the next person I'm inviting over is a lady who's been with us all morning, standing in for the CG of Customs, DCG Kathleen Ekekezie. Ekekezie is the head of Customs Excise, Free Trade Zones and Industrial Incentives at the Nigerian Customs Service. She's vastly experienced in trade facilitation, revenue collection, and has remained a catalyst for creative engagements towards improving speedy service delivery to enhance trade and economic development in our dear nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome all the panelists, and the microphone, yielding the microphone at this point in time to the moderator, my dear sister and friend, Maokwe Ogun Yusuf. You have the floor, and we'd like you to please fix your gaze on the screen right in front of you as our moderator. That's your time, and you're expected to round up within that period of time. So please, let's be time conscious, because we need to round up early enough to be able to give them room to put this hall together again for the gala night. Thank you very much. The microphone is yours, Maokwe.
Thank you very much, Andy. Well, I understand now that we have just about 20 minutes, which is a really tight time to discuss the experiences. But we're going to get right to it. For me, this has been very educative. Thank you so much, Nebza and Ogza and the Nigeria Economic Zones Association, NEZA, for inviting me to this. I have learned a whole lot. For instance, why Nigeria was reluctant to sign the AFTA. These are little bits of information that is really important for journalists to be able to have. So I'm just going to get right to my panel. They are people who are operators within the zones, and they understand some of the challenges present within it. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Rathi. You are the MD of the Lagos Free Zone, taking a very bold step, operating Nigeria's first private special economic zone. Many times when we talk about public-private partnership, that is something that gives a lot of people the jitters, especially in Nigeria. How were you convinced that this was a model that could work?
Yeah, so thank you very much and for asking that question. So Lagos Free Zone is a member of Tolaram Group, and we started this journey about 20 years back. And we have got excellent support from all the agencies, especially our regulator, Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority. Through the successive management changes, the support has remained still. And under the current leadership, I think there has been a lot more dynamism, a lot more improvement in terms of the things which have happened. Now, the biggest example of a PPP project which we have attempted recently is the Lekki Port, wherein the Lagos Free Zone is the anchor sponsor, and then we got in partnership with Federal Government of Nigeria through NPA and Lagos State Government to put together this project along with China Harbour and Engineering Company. And then, so this project will go live by first quarter next year. There is already completion of the construction. So this clearly demonstrates that, yes, I mean, if the PPP model can work, if there is a complete trust and there is an intent to make it work. And of course, on the free zone side, it has been phenomenal. I mean, with all the regulatory agencies which are there, whether it's customs, immigration, DSS, which are present right in the zone, I think along with NEBZA, we have received throughout these 20 years, I think, phenomenal support.
Well, it is interesting you talk about phenomenal support and, despite administration changes, is it the fact that you were based in Lagos, or do you think that this would have worked anywhere else?
I think this will work anywhere else because the regime has been there for 30 years and it has stood the test of time.
Briefly, yes.
There is, I mean, over the last 3-4 years, what has happened is, I think because of some of these private zones coming into picture more and more and doing so much marketing, the whole knowledge around free zones has become increasingly more within the business circles as well as within the government agencies. And under the current leadership of NEBZA, they have also tried their best. For example, some of the things like the SEC-related matters, wherein the free zones couldn't go to the capital markets. Now, with those changes which will happen in the next 6 to 8 months, you can actually tap the capital markets. Apart from that, the eNEBZA platform, for example. So those are the things which have happened. And I mean, we clearly see special economic zones as playing a pivotal role under the Continental Free Trade, the area treaty as well. So, unless there is this complete cohesion and complete coordination between the regulatory agencies and the private players, this cannot happen. So, I mean, we are very optimistic about the future of special economic zones in Nigeria.
Well, I'll talk to you about the future much later, but let me come to you, Mr. Sholebo. You're one of the type of clients that Mr. Rathi will be seeking to attract. You currently operate in one of the, or shall I say the biggest, you can confirm to us if it's the biggest one, the biggest oil and gas free trading zone. Were the incentives as advertised what you got when you finally plugged in?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that just like Dinesh here has mentioned, our experience, Notori's experience within the free zone, supervised by our regulators, the oil and gas free trade zone, was very unique. Through the successive, again, management changes that they've had, I think they've been consistent in the support they've given Notori in particular. We came in with a specific value chain where we have related companies that utilize oil and gas especially on our zone to create fertilizer, to attract companies that need gas as feedstock, and to create power. So we have excess power on our land. We try to give that power to the national grid, but nonetheless we give the power to the folks that are in the free zone, and then we have gas to use for fertilizer. We literally just last week increased our capacity on power as well. So in terms of the environment in which we operate, as far as the OGZA is concerned and as far as the agencies we also work with are concerned, there's a good understanding, there's a good partnership. We're not quite as long in the tooth as the Lagos Free Zone folks. We're only about 5-6 years. But it's been good so far. There are areas which I think we all agree needs improvement and we can improve upon, but the experience has been great so far.
Okay, so what I would like to confirm, I mean, you have said that the experience has been great, but I really want to confirm that the incentives as advertised was what you got.
I think absolutely. I think early days yet. If you look at a typical free trade zone, they tend to focus more on the logistics side. Notorious, like I said, is a bit more unique, where we're looking at folks who are using gas. They're more manufacturing type companies. And so you will need a bit more time before you can tell whether, certainly in terms of investment into the country, great. Investment for us, in terms of returns for us, I think it's been good so far, but we need a few more years before we can actually be able to confirm that.
All right, Mr. Sholebo, thank you. Let me come to you, Mr. Obodoke. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, please kindly correct me.
You are pardoned.
Thank you. Tax holidays. I remember when I went to NEBZA's site, the first thing I saw advertised there was tax holidays. But in recent times, the federal government has been trying to ramp up, collection of taxes. They've been saying, oh, we need to make the net wider, not increase taxes. Do you find yourself in conflict with the drive of the federal government to increase revenue through taxes?
Well, the role of the Revenue Authority, especially when it comes to incentives, is a delicate one. But from FRS perspective, we approach it with a pragmatic viewpoint. One, it is one government. The free zone authorities are a brainchild of the government. The FRS, the Revenue Authority, is a brainchild of the government. I think issues will only arise if we work and operate in silos without looking at the multiplier and the interlinkages between our functions. There is this general perception that those who are in the free zones, that there are no taxes to be collected. Actually, there are. What we ask ourselves is, how are these taxes collected? We know that the exemptions and the incentives are meant for the operators. But we also have Nigerians who are working in the zones who pay their payee to the respective jurisdictions where the zones are located. We also have entities that provide services for them. They may not necessarily be inside the zone, but they provide one service or the other to them. This trickles down into revenue in the system. Generally, they are not supposed to pay tax. That's the enterprises in the zones. And from the FRS perspective, their incentive remains intact. So there are no conflict. What government is doing, let's examine this. Government is there to serve the people, provide security, give employment, industrialize, ensure social order. If we collect tax revenue, what do we want to use the revenue for? These things that I've mentioned are what the revenue are to be used for, especially on the side of economic development. We have the players in the zones who are driving the economic development of the country presently. I think for those of us who are conversant with the industrial zones in Lagos in the past, Ijora, Causeway, Ilupeju, Ikeja, when you visit those areas presently, you will find that most of the factories have become churches. While those places are going down, the free zones, new enterprises are coming up in those areas. So it is in the interest, the overall interest of the nation, that the free zones strive and grow. And tax revenue may not necessarily come from there, but the overall objective of the nation is being achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know that in the first panel, one of the respondents did say that, there is decrease in conflict. I mean, he said in the last 4 years, there is a greater understanding of what the free zones are about. And it looks like there's greater cooperation from many government institutions in that regard. But I know that this must not have come easy. That understanding, that balance, which you speak of so easily now, I know that it must have been hard fought. But I'm not going, because we do not have time to dig into how you eventually got to that understanding and how that is working. But let me come to you. I hope I'm allowed to call you Mr. Girishi. I hope I'm allowed to call you that. I know you're a DCG. But let me ask you, because this is about another incentive. I know that, there is also immigration waiver for the free zones. One of the things you're looking to attract investment into the free zones. And sometimes it might not exactly sit pretty when you look at the fact that Nigeria's unemployment rate right now is currently at over 33%. They say if you look at the unemployment rate of young people, we're looking at over 50%. How are you ensuring that whilst we're granting waivers, immigration waivers to companies who want to come and do business there, that we do not undermine Nigeria's labor market, and it is only labor that cannot be got here in Nigeria that is allowed to enjoy that incentive?
Well, by standard of my training, I will seek the audience to introduce myself. My name is Isiaku Abdumumune Haliru. I'm a fellow of Defense College. I'm a fellow Institute of Security Management of Nigeria. I'm a fellow Center for African American Research Studies. I'm a member of Institute of Management. I'm a member Institute of International Affairs. I'm the Deputy Controller General in charge of visa and residency as far as Nigeria Immigration Service is concerned today. So it is a great pleasure. The question you asked me is very, very important and very critical to our national economy. And at this position, and with my seat, whatever I'm talking, I have to talk in terms of government. When you look at it, the policy of President Muhammad Buhari, the commander of Federal Republic of Nigeria, his agenda was 3 critical letters set. S is for security, the E is for economy, and the T is for transparency. The security is if there is well-being in Nigeria, the economy will grow, and the part of its economy transformation policy is to add value to economy. That's to diversify economy, and that is why we have direct investment, whereby foreigners can come and invest into the country. And when you look at it critically, any nation that wants to grow must seek for direct foreign investment. And that is why the federal government and the Nigerian Immigration Service have sat down, draw a roadmap for visa policy for African national and for global world, for people who want to come into it to invest without having any issue. 1, anybody who wants to come and invest and he has $500,000 US is free to come and stay in Nigeria permanently. We call it permanent stay, permanent resident in Nigeria, $500,000. And it is very painful that most of the critical investors in the free zone, some of them came and invest, but they don't know they are right. Anybody who come into the country with huge investment, the first thing you should apply for NA3. We have NA3, N3A, N3B, N3C, N3D. This visa is meant for economic development for people who want to invest in small scale, medium scale, large scale to establish industries. The moment you know you are coming, we see you as a Nigerian, because the visa you are supposed to come in is permanent stay, not a visa that you go back. So in line with when they talk of waiver, every country has its national policy. Every country has to protect its national interests. Every nation too have to look holistically how its citizens will have their right and have employment, because lack of employment will create insecurity in every nation and or in any nation. So based on that, waivers are given. That's why that N3A, N3B, N3C, N3D is provided in our visa policy. And to improve it again, we make it seamlessly. If you want to study, to come and study our terrain and do investment, take visa on arrival. You don't need to stress yourself going to the embassy. Apply online, we grant you the visa, come and study our environment. But before we give you visa, you know we must classify you. So when you talk of quota is a permission for an expatriate to work in a country. And quota have lifespan. It is 2 years duration. First issue is granted for 3 years. And the aim of any quota that is issued, there is a clause that there must be Nigerian understudying that position. which means that after some specific years, the company is supposed to relinquish that position to a Nigerian, whereby the lifespan of quota granted to any company is 10 years, except if the company decides to seek for PUR, that is permanent until review. Permanent until review, you have to pay almost $10,000 for that facility, and once you are given, which means you can stay in Nigeria permanently, we call it PUR quota. But other quotas, if it's granted, is 10 years. After 10 years, it is finished, the expatriate must go. And why we adopt it?
DCG, sorry to interrupt you. I mean, our time is really going. So let me get you to, home in on the question. You've talked about the waivers which people who have over $500,000 and want to come and invest here can enjoy. And you've also spoken about a quota, which is also renewable, but also have conditions that Nigerians must be understudying. Is it the duty of the Immigration Service to enforce that? If it is, how are you making sure
Thank you very
that
much.
quota is not exceeded and that Nigerians are understudying?
Thank you very much. This is a critical question. Our primary duties is to provide non-Nigerians in our midst. And on our three elements, as I was making opening remarks, it is one, at point of leaving your country, you have to apply for visa, which means you have to meet an immigration officer in all the embassies to grant you visa. Two, when you are coming into the airport, we have to profile you to know what you want to come to do. We want whether you are a terrorist, whether you are a criminal, whether you are a drug baron, whether you are into money laundering, whether you are a terrorist. It is our duty to deter you at the point of entry into Nigeria. And when you come in, what are you going to do? If you come in for last investment, you establish a company, it is the duty of Nigeria Immigration Service to carry out company inspection, to see numbers of Nigerians employed, numbers of expatriates, positions of Nigerians that they are occupying in that company. And once we realize that a position that is meant for a Nigerian is being occupied by expatriate, it is our duty to revoke it. It is there in our act. And those are our critical role, so that our Nigerians can have employment, have their rights. And you see, when you look at companies who come for investment, you see a company will be established. I will give you like the free zone in Guangdong.
DCG, I'm afraid you've already answered my question.
Okay, thank
you so much for your response. Madam, I have saved you. It's certainly your last, but certainly not least. Let me ask you, because I also know that the customs has been under huge pressure in terms of government revenue as well. And it's one of the areas where people wonder, when you talk about free zones, the excise duties that should come to government coffers. I do not know whether there is sufficient understanding in terms of the balancing act that needs to take place within, should I say, industries inside of the free zones, and how their relation, especially now that they are now free zones, relating more with the Nigerian economy rather than just for export as they were originally meant to be.
Thank you very much. The free zone, let's get it right first, is a different country within a country. So I want us to take this home, that the laws that are binding on ordinary trade imports in Nigeria does not really apply in the free zone, because the free zone is set up under a different kind of law. And the take on custom is this. I think in understanding how we operate in the free zone, let me give a very brief background. The goods that are brought into the free zones are brought in duty-free. This is one of the government incentives given to investors. Then, when we don't go out, all out to collect revenue, that is not what we are supposed to do in the free zone. But we do collect revenue. But we collect duty only on the imported raw materials that went into the production of a particular product. Not, let me give an example. If you're producing these glasses in the free zone, you will not collect revenue on it based on the finished product that is a glass or glasses. You will collect revenue on the raw materials that are imported, only the ones that are imported that went into the production of these glasses. That is the work of customs. Our main job is actually to generate revenue for government, but there is, government has a beautiful thoughts in the siting of free trade zones to bring in development, to bring in employment, transfer of technology, and all that. And it is the job of customs to make sure that this is well understood. Not just collect revenue, no. It is the job of customs to even make other agencies within the zone to act within the laws and the procedures of a free zone. And that is why we always advocate for every government agency within the free zone to read up on the NEMSA law so that you know what is expected of you, so that you don't go there and start, behaving the way you behave out there in the outer society. When I say outer society, I mean in Apapa Port now. It is not the way the custom officers that are domiciled in the free trade zones behave and operate within the Apapa ports. Not the same way they operate in the free trade zones. The laws
Is there
are
special
different.
training for those officers? Do they understand that?
Of course, they do.
Okay.
They do understand that. Let me state this. If 7 raw materials went into the production of these glasses, and 3 out of the 7 are imported, you only charge duty on the 3 raw materials that are imported. The other 4 that are generated within, you don't charge anything on it. And you charge this duty based on the particular rates of duty of the raw materials we are talking about. Raw materials, some of them are 5%, some of them are 10%, some of them are even 20%. So you charge the duty based on the particular raw materials that went into the production.
Well, I wish that there was a manufacturer on my panel. It would have been interesting to hear what their experience has
And
been.
please, I want to add
okay.
that in collecting this duty,
Yes.
it's only when goods being produced or assembled in the free zones are being exported into the customs territory, that is into Nigeria. That is when you collect this duty. The goods that are produced in the free zones that are for exports out of Nigeria, they are duty free, okay? And when you are also collecting the duty for the goods going into the customs territory, you don't charge freight. This is one of the government incentives there.
Okay, I see that Mr. Rathi wants to quickly have a response to
Yeah,
that.
So just wanted to add that, our experience has been exactly that, and Madam DCG ma'am has been extremely supportive of putting this whole thing as part of the customs system itself. So it's auto-generated. So, due credit to her for leading this from the front.
Thank you so much for your response to that and for corroborating what it is that she said. So, ma'am, as we wrap this up, and I'm going to be begging our organizers for 1 minute for us to quickly wrap this up. How do you think that institutional memory, which we see that is really important, which people like Mr. Rathi have said have helped them through establishing the Lagos Free Zone, for instance, how do you think it can be preserved within institutions like yours? In 30 seconds or less, if you can.
For customs?
Yes, please.
Please, I want to make this appeal that every agency that works in a free trade zone to know that government has some beautiful thoughts in citing free zones. It's not about revenue. It's not about collecting taxes. There are different ways of collection of taxes, the one and everything really goes to the federal government when the chips are down. But it doesn't have to be customs collecting it. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be customs. There are taxes that are paid by enterprises in the free zone, probably to the government, to the state government where they are sited. These are taxes. But altogether, it all goes to the federal government. I am saying that we are working here to make sure that Nigeria is made a better place through the free trade zones. It can be done. Look at Dubai, for instance. Why is Nigeria not getting there? And I want to also plead that there must be that enabling environment for everybody to be able to operate. If you're citing beautiful trade, like what we have in Lagos, in the Lagos Free Trade Zone, Lekki Free Trade Zone, and then Guangdong roads, the necessary basic things must be put in place for every thoughts of government to be achieved.
Okay.
That is what we are saying.
Yeah, but what I want to know is for when you leave, for instance, I mean, you won't be in customs forever.
No, I won't be in customs
Yeah, so
forever.
how do we ensure that
we
there
are
is
bringing
institutional
up-
memory?
We keep on training. And of course, there is a standard operation procedures, which is in place for anybody coming after me or coming after people after me. They key into that.
Okay.
And they act accordingly.
All right, thank you very much. DCG Haliru, can you tell us what it is that the Nigerian immigration system is putting in place to ensure that, the visa application process is more seamless for those who are coming from outside of the country?
First of all, I would not only suggest on visa. I would suggest things that will improve our economy and what is tenable. I think there was one conference we held in Lagos, and I wrote a position paper on that in my service, that I will like the government to look inwardly for institutional memory, that we want direct foreign investors to come into the country. But we have to be liberal in policies, whereby somebody is coming to invest, the license should be 10 years. When you look at Ghana now, anybody who wants to go and invest Ghana, his license that is issued to you is 10 years. And within that 10 years, no tax payment. And we should not allow people who have interest in Nigeria, because we are naturally blessed in gold, in oil, in diamond, in tantalum, in quartz, in all the states. The free zones should take up good opportunities. Like in my own state, most of the time you are working, you see gold. Yes. But people, because there is no presence of investors, we are thinking of terrorists. These terrorists are human beings. They don't have two lives. They too fear human beings. That's the reality. Even an armed robber is afraid of somebody who is not having gun, because he's fear of to be attacked or to be killed.
DCG, I hear in the audience that people would like to meet you afterwards to
Yes.
find out what
So
state you're from.
what I'm saying in nutshell, in terms of our visa,
Yeah.
when you look at it critically, in Africa and the world, no country have adopted a visa policy that is so clean and so good and so easy like Nigeria. We have 79 categories of visa. We should clap for ourselves. 79 categories of visa. We should clap for ourselves. No country have ever done that. If you are retired, you want to come and stay in Nigeria to come and enjoy your retirement benefit, the visa is there for
So
you.
it is seamless.
It's seamless.
Okay, we'll continue to ask our expatriates if
Thank
we
you.
find
And
it that way.
You can ask the expatriate. They are
Okay.
here. Thank you. And we don't deal with people. We deal through. All our facility is through e-platform
All right.
or net. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Obodoke, let me come to you. Because I see that it would look like the role of the FIRS in the free zones. I do not know if it's greatly reduced, but I also hear in previous conversations that there have been friction between not Lagos now, between the state's tax authorities and the free zone operators, those within the free zone area. How is the FIRS collaborating with the states to increase their knowledge of, what the free zones are about, and to ensure that the tax collection, if there are any, is seamless in that regard?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that the relationship between FRS and the free zones has significantly improved in the very recent time. Indeed, we have MOUs that have been signed and even operating guidelines, which is to ensure that it is not a flash in the pan. After one administration goes, another will come. No. The two sides of the coin are ensuring that this lasts longer. Let me also state that the kind of fiscal arrangement we have in Nigeria, we have the FRS at the center, but we also have the states and the local government.
Indeed.
And they are under the coordination of the Joint Task Board. So one of the takeaways I want to also put forward here is that while the free zone entities are wrapping up their relationship with FRS, perhaps there will also be need to reach out to the Joint Task Board, because so many of the complaints that comes will still emanate from that segment. Let me also use this opportunity to put on the table some things that are likely that operators should be aware of. In the tax ecosystem, both domestic and international level, there is competition. If you have direct FDI, the person who came from abroad to invest in your country, when he makes his profit and he leaves, he did not pay tax here. When he gets to his home country, he's going to pay tax. There is a coordination by the OECD on global minimum tax. That, look, this idea of tax exemption, it is good, but are jurisdictions looking at the benefits vis-a-vis what they are losing? Presently, in Nigeria, we ask entities in the free zones to submit annual returns to the FIRS. Not because they are to pay tax. No, they are not to pay tax. But to look at the tax forgone, we call it tax expenditure. It's just for data capture. But entities outside the country, through exchange of information, we also want to know, oh, we have our national in your country who has invested and has made so much. What did they pay? Zero. But when they go home, they will pay. So the global minimum tax...
So you think that it might change as time goes on, or it should change?
It will not affect the operations of the free zones in Nigeria. However, if by chance in the future, Nigeria presently refuses to sign on to the inclusive framework, the pillar 2 of the inclusive framework, which is this global minimum tax, Nigeria has refused to sign for reasons that we know it's not going to benefit us as a country. But administration come and administration go. This audience, I'm surprised that we do not have our legislators. We do not have the political parties that are campaigning and those who are going to be in the policy-making position in the near future, because these things are the dynamics that may affect things. But my take now is that the MOU and the level of interaction between FIRS and the free zone operators is making things much, much, much easier for all of us, and it's good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bodoike. Let me ask you, I want to believe that NEBZA and its other agencies will be doing the matters arising for the political parties, because it will be very important, and maybe perhaps for legislators as well. But let me quickly ask you, Mr. Sholebo, what areas you'd like to see improvement? You say that the incentives as advertised is what you've seen, but you still need some more time to assess it. I'm sure that currently there are challenges. What areas would you like the oil and gas free trade zone where you currently operate to improve upon?
Thank you, Mark. I think we're we're a developer within the free zone, and I think as efficient as you get it from a business point of view and even from a regulatory point of view, one of the frustrations would be the surrounding infrastructure. So for us, we operate in Onne, and I don't know if you've ever visited on the East-West Road. It's in quite a deplorable state. There's about 25 kilometers of just really, really bad roads. So you can have a situation where a cargo is able to arrive and within a couple of hours is discharged, but it's going to take it about 4 or 5 hours before it gets to wherever it's going. So that's an area that needs to improve drastically. The other area, of course, is what the whole country is talking about, which is oil theft. We're in the oil and gas free trade zone, and we work along that value chain. And we've seen a drastic reduction in activity from the oil and gas companies as a result of the oil theft. And so obviously security is a major concern in the area in which we operate. Those are the two that stick out for me.
Thank you so much for your contributions there. And finally, Mr. Rathi, I know that you've spoken about how you want to be the economic epicenter of Lagos and Nigeria. What challenges do you think lie in the way of that, and what opportunities do you see in the challenges?
I mean, Nigerian business operators have been plagued by two problems, right? One is the lack of international quality infrastructure, both inside, an ecosystem and outside as well, what my colleague on the panel, Femi, had said. And the second is the ease of doing business. Now, the special economic zone framework actually is a silver bullet and a panacea to these two problems. And I can explain it how we have done it in the free zone. So in Lagos free zone, I mean, one of the biggest challenges which a business operator faces is the logistics, seamless logistics in and out of the country. With Lekki Port, I think that gets sorted out. Apart from that, the energy becomes the second problem. And then, apart from that, we have built a host of other support infrastructure, warehouses, standard factories, commercial offices, residential apartments, well-laid out roads, drainage, street lights. In terms of common shared services, we have a truck park, medical facilities, fire station. So all of this, police station for additional security. So all of this actually help a business operator to latch onto this and operate seamlessly. And then the one-stop shop, which the government has been talking about, it really actually you can see it in action in a free zone, where you have the immigration, customs, NEBSA, DSS working hand in hand to provide quality services to the operators. Now, in terms of the challenges, I would agree with Femi, the external infrastructure remains a challenge for most of us. The second challenge is, the continued and seamless, I think, transition of knowledge when people changes at the government level, right? So that is something to make it institutional. I think that is something which is needed. For example, if tomorrow the leadership of NEBSA changes, the level of dynamism should not go down, right? It should enhance or continue at the current level. And same with customs as well, I think. So these are the agencies which hold, in their hands the success or failure of special economic zones in the country.
Thank you very much for your contribution. At this juncture, I have to thank my panelists. Thank you so much for your contributions. Dinesh Rathi, MD Lagos Free Zone, Mr. Femi Sholebo, who is the MD Notori Oil and Gas, Mr. Lucky Obodoeke, Director Tax Incentives at the FIRS, Haliru Gishiri, who is the DCG Nigeria Immigration Service.
MFR, put that MFR.
My apologies, MFR.
The national honor.
Haliru Gishiri, MFR, DCG at the Nigeria Immigration Service. Kathleen Ekekezie, who is also DCG Customs Excise at the Nigeria Customs Service. Thank you so much for your contributions this afternoon, and thank you for listening, our wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, I'd like to invite you to please be on standby for photograph as I invite the MDs of the Nigerian Export Processing Free Zones Authority and the MD of Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority to join you. Executive Secretary, please join them. Prince Adetokunbo Kayode, please join them as well. Let's have this picture. Executive Secretary NEBSA. We'll join them for group photograph. Can we take our positions for the photograph? But quick one. We have listened to the first lecture, which was the lecture to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Free Economic Zones scheme by Prince Adetokunbo Kayode SAN. We quite didn't take any interventions from you, members of the audience, but then in the wisdom of the MDs, it is important that we take one or two questions, and of course, after this panel, we'd also perhaps take one intervention or two. So do you have any question? Is there any one of us here that has a question? I need at least two roving microphones that we can quickly bring over to them. If there are interventions, like questions or comments, we would like to think that we would like that you keep it as brief as can be, so we can quickly move to the next session, which is the last one for the day, before we call it quits from here. So do we have any questions? Anybody? Two ushers, can we give them two microphones? Yes. Yes, we'll take questions, but please, for the records, because the rapporteurs are also listening, and this could form part of the resolutions that will be captured for this conference. So I would like that you introduce yourself again and go straight to your point. Please, let's take our seats. The Honorable Minister's representative is still here, so we take it that the Minister is here as well. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Nitin Shah. I represent AHL Energy Free Trade Zone and SPFL Gas and Petrochemicals Free Trade Zone. My question is one. There are key regarding the FTZ approval process, which is long time consuming and sometimes without any clarity on the timeline. Let me give you a brief example. The current process is that when the free trade zone application is done with NEBZA or OGZA, then they process it as fast as possible. It goes to the recommendation, goes to the ministry. Ministry also recommends to the president. Now, at that point of time, it takes enormous time and there is no clear visibility. Secondly, the most important thing is that when the president approves, then only the process starts. The zone is licensed. Instead of that, my suggestion is that the application should be, the zone should be licensed from the date of the application or from the date of recommendation by the NEBZA or OGEBZA. However, it will be effective only when the president approves. This will clearly settle the timeline or the project delays, because normally the project, in our case, the application approval, final zone approval, has took 2 years' time. And the project timeline was 24 months also. So we cannot order the machinery. We have ordered the machinery including by payment of taxes and duties.
That's right.
So this is clearly going against the investors' confidence. So something can be done.
That's right.
That is number one. Now, number two, the second question. The NEBZA and the OGEBZA MD's level should be made to, like say, because these are economic institutes, these are not political institutions. So they should be made equivalent to the highest level, like a minister or Federal Executive Council, and should be a permanent seat. So they should get a more voice. All the free trade zones should get a more voice in the economic policy and development of the country.
Thank you very much. Good suggestion. When it's important that the MDs paying attention would be able to respond to the points he has raised, very salient points. With any other intervention, there's a hand here, and there's another hand, there's a fourth. We actually said we're going to take 4, and this 4 encapsulates the very first presentation and this very last set of discussion that we had with the panelists. So please introduce yourself again, please. We have 4 hands only, and those are the 4 that will be taken. Please, time won't permit us to take more. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sunday Wama. I'm a free zone operator, particularly the oil and gas free zone in One. I want to suggest something. It's been agreed here that all the government agencies will collaborate and intervene to be able to move free zone forward. But there is something that is striking that has not been brought out. This is, if you look at the policies bringing out free zone in Nigeria, World Bank report has said that one of the reasons free zones in the developing world is failing is because of government of any nation looking at free zone as a as a revenue generation agency rather than using the free zone as an economic incubator. So it is important that the authorities, the government agencies, should please let us know what plans they have to be able to bring this idea of using free zone as an incubator, economic incubator, rather than revenue generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, the next intervention rather. It might not necessarily be a question, but please keep it brief. Introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Ambaki Derumo. Here representing Bayelsa State Government. We are driving the establishment of the Agedip Seaport and Special Economic Zone, and also the Bayelsa Airport City and Special Economic Zone. Mine is just the concept of SEZ in Nigeria. It's the sensitization is very, very low among Nigerians. Some of us don't even know what we are talking about when you mention special economic zones, free trade zones, enterprises zones. We don't even know. Even at the highest level, it's very, very pathetic. And some of the panelists mentioned it. You know, even at the top, highest level of government, you know, you run into confrontation in trying to explain to people who are supposed to be drivers of the economy, policymakers. They don't understand. So it's very difficult, and we can't come here every day, every now and then to begin to say we want to industrialize Nigeria. For us, some of us, there's no doubt the SEZs and free trade zones are a catalyst for industrialization everywhere, all over the world. We mentioned Dubai model here. Look at Qatar, Bofanti free zones everywhere. The Emirates making up Dubai today, UAE today, all of them are almost a free zone.
So what's your suggestion, sir?
The knowledge need to be driven to all nooks and cranny. Okay. Advocacy has to
Publicity.
go up everywhere, publicity.
Absolutely.
So that we can know what we want. If
All right.
not, we won't make any progress.
Thank you very much. The generals conducting the affairs of these agencies are seated here. I call them generals because they're professionals in their various fields, so they'll be able to drive that. The next intervention, I saw a hand up. Yes, the man with the suit. Then, of course, DCG Aliru will then bring up the rear, and we'll bring that questions and answer session to a close as we move to the next session. Quickly, please. Introduce yourself again, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Epele. I'm Executive Director of Intel's Nigeria Limited. Our own experience has been very positive, but we have had some issues in the course of time. And based on those experiences, I want to make a suggestion. In fact, it's to build on what the last speaker said. I will want that enlightenment to be targeted mainly at the states and local governments. I think the former minister harped on that. We have had experiences where these local governments, the state government are coming into the free zone and demanding for payment of taxes and levies. And it's taken a lot of effort to get them to understand that the jurisdiction is not there. In fact, I was telling the MDs when they came to our stand, I said, one approach I adopted was to say, look, can we, in a friendly manner, together, ourselves and the state or local government coming on us, go together to the courts for interpretation. At some point, we have done that. When we get to court, at the end of the day, probably in the course of time, they then understand that really there's no jurisdiction, and they step back. So there has to be that enlightenment. The conflicts, the issue of being clear, that is the other thing. One thing about our brothers and sisters that come from other parts of the world to invest in Nigeria, they want to be clear about the taxes and levies. And they want to follow. So when there's confusion, because we sometimes as Intels, we do organize seminars outside this country to sensitize foreign investors to come into Nigeria. One of the things they want to be clear about is what are the taxes and levies? What laws am I supposed to comply with? But when they then arrive to invest in the country, and this has happened to a number of companies at ONE, at the oil and gas free zone, they are then confronted with multiplicity of demands from left, right, and center, and they will complain to us, and sometimes we are helpless. We lost a very important company, West Atlantic Shipyard. It's still there, but it's no longer doing what they came to do here, which is to build vessels. I have had the privilege of watching that company construct supply boats from sheets of aluminum sheets, to boats that are even used even by the military. That company is not able to do that production anymore in this country because of multiplicity, but it's in the free zone. And we invited them to go. In fact, we used to be part shareholders in that company, because most of them, when you invite them, they say, we will come, but you have to be with us. That's how we have joint ventures, that are operating in the free zone. So we lost that very important opportunity of manufacturing within our soil, on our soil.
Okay.
Is a live case, and I will be one of the happiest people if we're able to attract that back. They say it is cheaper to do it in other countries than even in the free zone.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me ask that the MDs are here and have listened to this complaint that you've just raised, and knowing full well who they are and their antecedents and pedigree, I'm sure that in the coming days, some good news will come, definitely. Please, let's applaud all of you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Would like to, I had said we're going to take just one more intervention. We weren't going to restrict ourselves to 4, but 2 more hands are up, and they are all uniformed men. I think we need to just give them 2 minutes, 1 minute each for the 2 of them, starting with the DCG Immigrations, and after which you please pass the microphone to her. Please. Yes.
I am Haliru, Deputy Controller General of Immigration. Mine is an advice that the OBSA and NEBSA have to look at it critically on blue economy, because blue economy, there's money there, and it should be looked into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. DCG Okekezie. Ekekezie, I beg your pardon.
Kathleen Chinwe Ekekezie. Thank you very much. Mine is also an advice that for us to get it right, and for everybody at the free zones to know that custom is working and friendly, there must be clear and proper and timely documentation. And once that is done, and also being compliant to the laws that guide the free trade zones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, that will be it for the interventions. Thank you very much. Please take the microphone, turn it off, and we'll move straight to the next plenary because of time. At this juncture, I would like to invite the next and constitute the next panel. The next panel, we have Olusegun Olutayo, one of our discussants. Ambassador Fred Aga, PhD, Chief Trade Negotiator, Nigerian Office for Trade Negotiations, NOTN. I don't know if he's here with us. Is he here? Or there's a representative? Are you the one, sir? You're standing in for him. Oh, he is the one. Oh, please, put your hands together for Ambassador Yonov. Okay, first, I called Olusegun Olutayo, the Senior International Trade Policy, NAC, and AFCTA. Please take your seat, sir. Olusegun Olutayo is a Senior International Trade Policy Analyst. He is a seasoned Senior International Trade Policy and Trade Law expert, in-depth knowledge on trade and development, trade negotiations, data management, trade facilitation, and regional integration, working in both regional and international organizations. Please bear with me, I'm abridging it because of time. Please give him a round of applause, please. The next person coming up will be, the next person I'm inviting very quickly is Dr. Aliyu Idi Hong. Dr. Idi Hong is a Director of Government Relations at BUA Group, a leading Nigeria conglomerate with focus on foods, infrastructure, mining, and manufacturing. The former Minister of Foreign Affairs as well as Minister of State Health, and he's an astute administrator with over 20 years of experience gained across high-ranking responsibilities in different public and private sector organizations, including ministries and parastatals of government. Let's give him a round of applause, please. And the next person I'm inviting very quickly is Dr. Enobong Umoesian. Dr. Enobong Umoesian, is he here with us? Okay, Dr. Enobong Umoesian works at the ECOWAS Commission as head of private sector development, as well as regional focal point for the EU ACP private sector strategy for West Africa. He possesses an outstanding, flawless 30 years of a professional experience in both public and private sectors, particularly in the areas of international trade and cooperation. Please let's give him a round of applause, please. And next, the next person is, okay, Mike Ekpele, the Executive Director for Nigeria's foremost leading oil and gas logistics service provider, Integrated Logistics Services, Intels, and he's got over 30 years of experience in port management and support services on shore bases across the country. I abridge it too, please bear with me. And the very last person I'm inviting on this panel is David Frame, MD, Eco Atlantic Free Zone. Please let's welcome David Frame. David Frame is the Managing Director of South Energex Limited and has been engaged in the project since 2003. The company is a promoter and developer of a multi-billion-dollar Eco Atlantic City project on Victoria Island, Lagos. South Energex is responsible for the entire development of the city from conception, design, implementation, funding, and administration of the 21st century city. Please let's give him a round of applause. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite my brother and friend, Mr. Jackson. Moderating this session is Mr. Jackson Iniobong, the technical assistant to the MD CEO of the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority. Let's applaud him, please. Iniobong Jackson is a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Administration, Nigeria, technical assistant to the MD CEO, and political economist, a former board member of NEPC, Nexim Bank, and OGEZA, former chairman of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, vice president Cross River State Shippers Association, and a manufacturer, etc., etc. Please let's give all of them a round of applause, please. Having done that, let me also place it on record that for the second time, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Udom Emmanuel, is represented here by two powerful commissioners, Dr. Basio Cohen, is the Honorable Commissioner for Special Duties and Ibom Sea Deep Seaport, as well as Mr. M.M. Bob, Honorable Commissioner for Economic Development. Having done this, I now yield the microphone to Iniobong Jackson, who is taking us through this, and you have 25 minutes thereabout to take us through this discussion session. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Well, this discussion is going to be mainly on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. As the guest lecturer had mentioned, to know what are your opinions, what we feel, how would it add value to what we're trying to do, how will the special economic zones in Africa or in Nigeria benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and so on. So you're welcome, and we'll just go straight to the point because the issues, because we don't have so much time, and what basically is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as an engine for intra-African trade growth and sustainability. The role of special economic zones, interactive, this is what we're doing. So I will start with, because I have very powerful representatives here, people who have been involved in international trade, I think we know that you give justice to it and then be able to maybe provide solutions on how best to achieve. Because we've come to that point that Africa wants to talk to each other, and it can only be done through trade and so on. So what, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Fred Aga. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, we'll go to this next person, Olusegun Olusayo. Thank you, you're sitting next to me. Because there have been some challenges with regards to the acceptability of the African Free Trade Agreement, with local manufacturers and the free trade zones or special economic zones, especially with regards to the rules of origin. How do you qualify? What qualifies to benefit from it? So how can you maybe help us dealing with that?
Thank you very much, moderator, and everyone on the high table here, and of course, all our participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start on the note of appreciating the leadership of NEBSA, and of course, my senior brother, Professor Adesuba, on two grounds. One, it is clear to everyone that NEBSA has taken a new, clear direction, which is a plus to its leadership. Secondly, of recent, I read in the news, initiative also under his leadership with the entire team of NEBSA, the 40 SEZ Security Initiative. Please, a round of applause for that initiative. Personally, I appreciate it, and I salute that idea. Now, on the basis of AFCFTA regarding intra-African trade, depending on the literature that we lay hands our own on, we'll be hearing 16%, 18%. The bottom line is less than 20%. And then we ask the question, why? And then we go to the other RTAs in the North America, in the Asia, in the Europe. They are above 40, even 60, even 70. What actually happened? Now, in answering the question of how that we can actually enhance intra-African trade, I think the first thing to do is to interrogate the provisions of AFCFTA. That is where to start from. What does the provisions of AFCFTA say? Now, I have heard that, yes, product originating from SEZ can actually enter the continental market through, but it's not complete. Now, Article 23 of the Protocols on Trading Goods expressly says that product from SEZ can actually enter the RT of AFCFTA market with a proviso. The proviso is actually speaking to three things. One, the rules of origin. Two, is also talking about regulation that will be formulated by COMS. When I say COMS, it means councils of ministers. So the question to ask is, do we have that councils of ministers regulations now? The answer is either yes or no, because as at May, there was a draft of councils of ministers regulation that will speak to product that is originating from SEZ in fulfilling the rules of origin criteria. Now, that draft speaks to 17 sections. Now, with that in mind, it is clear for us to know that any goods that will come or any product from SEZ into the continental market, the provision says, provided, that is the proviso, provided it meets the rules of origin. So the question is, the knowledge of AFCFTA rules of origin, is it out there with our SEZ, particularly those that focuses on exports? Because to enter the continental market, that rules of origin has to be met. I tell you a story. This same time, relatively last year, November, in Libreville, Gabon, the first consultative meeting on SEZ was held. Aftermath of that meeting, one writing that everybody was taking home was to the fact that unfair competition. How will that be addressed? SEZ is benefiting all kinds. But those that are in the custom territory, they lack that particular incentive. So these are the issues. So how do you, that you are benefiting all those incentives within the SEZ, and then you are now saying those in the custom territory, and then you want to enter the same market with them? It becomes an issue, it became a serious discussion. And that was now leads to what Article 23, Section 2 was saying, that there has to be a Councils of Ministers regulation that will now speak to, one, how the SEZ will operate in terms of alignment, in terms of the registry, in terms of the governance that actually, dictate the tune of their operation, in terms of the issues of dispute settlement, even in terms of trade remedies. Because there is no way by the time you begin to have these issues, the issues of trade remedies will happen. Anti-dumping on your product. The issues of safeguard will happen when you are having more than enough entering an economy. So these are trade policies that is important that we need to have at the back of our mind for intra-African trade to increase. There has to be a handshake or an handshake of understanding the rules of origin of AFCFTA at the moment, which of course speaks to more than 80 products. Perhaps the leadership of NEBSA could begin to look in the direction of having specific or selected export SEZ and having an handshake with another export oriented in the continent. And then we can begin to say there will be a synergy where the rules of origin will be little because there are thresholds to be met. If you are having more than threshold, then you are not going to meet the criteria. But if we have this handshake with other SEZ within the continent, then we can reduce the requirement for rules of origin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we'll come back to that, your talk, because I know there are people who have a different opinion. Because if you say that something is produced in Africa, it is produced in Africa. And if it goes anywhere, who determines the rules of origin? Is it determined by Africans or by some international standard? This is one of the issues we would like to look at, in line with the new trends and so on. Because it's good to say the rules, but who fixes the rules?
Thank you very much. The rules have been fixed. As a matter of, by the negotiator under the AFCFTA. We can say, are we in 100% of that negotiation? The answer is no. But they have negotiated larger percentage of rules of origin on particular products. So those are the products we need to focus on. And those are the products we need to begin to see how we can ensure that they enter the continental market, which will increase intra-African trade.
Well, like I said, it's something that will still be discussed maybe later because the essence of this is to open up these discussions for especially the economic zones operators to be engaged. I'd like to go to the former minister who is a practitioner and at least he has come from different ends and the way they make the policies and now he's practicing because policy may be made, but who practices it and how does it really work? So, question is, sir, do you think the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will erode the essence of special economic zones as currently instituted in many countries? Or its advantages or, to add value to the economy?
Thank you very much. Let me also take off from my brother's point to first and foremost commend the MDs of both NEPSA and OXA and their management staffs for conceiving this program, because if such discussions have been held in the past, I have no doubt in my mind that the special economic zones will have moved bounds and leaps for the country, because these discussions are very important because it expands the understanding, especially when everybody is saying that there is need for serious advocacy for understanding the work of the free trade zones and especially now the special economic zones. I think it's highly commendable. It's not too late and more need to be done so that at least this consciousness of the importance of this very important engine of economic development in the country is taken to all nook and corner of the country. While appreciating this, yes, we in Bundu Free Trade Zone have an enterprise that is one of its kind. We have our sugar refinery, which is one of the very few sugar refineries in the sub-Saharan Africa. Except for Nigeria even, there is only one in South Africa like its type. We have about 750,000 metric tons of sugar plant in Port Harcourt in Bundu Free Trade Zone. So far, so good. We have been exporting product, but it's at the moment just within the ECOWAS trade liberalization trade area. Using the ELTS model, we have not had problems so far in the West African coast because our products have gone to most of these West African countries and applicable following the rules of origin from Nigeria being recognized fully, and we have completely keyed into the ECOWAS trade liberalization policy. So we hope and pray that taking cue from that, I think there is no reason why anybody will say products produced from the special economic zones in Africa should not be considered as a product coming from Africa. Whatever the benefits they are, that is, I think, something that should be encouraged, because the primary intention of all special economic zone is not about taxes and revenues. It is about the economic development, job creation, poverty alleviation, and also integration. And the essence of EFTA in the first place, it is about economic integration in Africa and also in integration of the movement of people. I think if anybody will try to create this loophole, I think we will still go back to the previous place of trade relations between African countries. I think already there are specific terms that need to be taken into cognizance about products that will come into the EFTA zones. The same thing like the ELTS in ECOWAS sub-region. I hope and pray that what is going to happen is that we will take into cognizance the percentage of production in each of these zones. What are the value additions in the products that are produced in the special economic zones? What are the contributions to them and the participants and everything? Once they have met the minimum requirement, I think it should be considered as a product originating from the member country, which is already a member of EFTA. I think that is the most important thing we should. But the time when you go into the details of what product and who is not supposed to, or because we are enjoying some small benefits of tax regimes and co. In the first place, we have all agreed that the special economic zones were not created because economies are no, they have another is primarily industrialization, technology transfer, employment generation, and also, most importantly, poverty alleviation, because economies will develop and there will be value addition. At the end of the day, government will get benefits that is multiplier more than the tax revenues they will have collected from those sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just go straight to the somebody who is dealing with the regional integration and all that, to ask him what they are doing with regards to creating, well, based on the AFTA, what are you doing to ensure that it does not kill local economic zones, or are you partnering directly with the special economic zones developers to achieve what you're trying to do, that would lead to the continental integration? That is to Dr. Nobong Moesien, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and let me join others too to appreciate NEBZA and UNCSBA for putting in place this kind of platform for us to share ideas and discuss on this important subject. The issue of continental free trade area and special economic zones is key to all of us today. Let me start by saying that, in the early days of independence, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, then the president of Ghana, said political independence without economic independence is a farce. Political independence without economic independence is a farce. And he was so confident that he was going to make Ghana number one, leveraging cocoa and potatoes. He began to produce cocoa and send it to international markets. By the end of the year, the prices of cocoa came down. He went to potatoes. News came out that potatoes from Ghana was injurious to health. By the end of the year, that was how Nkrumah could not sustain the growth of Ghana, simply because the prices of products from Ghana were set abroad. Today, the prices of cocoa produced in West Africa are determined abroad. Prices of palm oil produced in West Africa are determined abroad. Every commodity that we send out, the prices are determined abroad. The continental free trade area is to change this, to recreate some kind of new international economic order, so that autonomously we can produce, we can sell to ourselves, or we can determine prices. We can set the price of our goods for international bodies. Now, where is the place of special economic zones? The continental free trade area, you can only be competitive there if you are uploading heavy volume goods with high quality onto the marketplace. And this can only come from special economic zones. And that's why special economic zones are key. For us in ECOWAS, our focus is integration. How do we build bridges? How do we leverage the opportunities that exist between countries? Today, go to our border zones. They are some of the most resourced zones in Africa, and yet they are not touched because of controversies. Take Nigeria-Niger border zone, for example. There's a place they call no man's land. In that zone, you stop on the Libya side and you walk across to the other side. That space is highly resourced, but it's untouched because the two governments have not gone into adding value to that zone. Come to Seme border. During the days of the former presidents of Obasanjo and Keroku, reciprocity and friendship between the two countries, the border zone, Seme border is on Benin land, Idiroko is on Nigeria land. But this zone is highly resourced: agriculture, the ports, infrastructure, all of these are there. But no serious development is on in that space. The ADB is constructing a highway from Mombasa in Kenya that enters West Africa in Nigeria and gets to Lagos. There's another highway moving from Lagos all the way to the Mediterranean. And then there's the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Now, that zone, if you look at that zone, it has the potential to become a heavy logistics hub for Africa within the continental free trade area. So, operating cross-border special economic zones, which is the kind of thing we are trying to push, is to unlock the opportunities that exist in these border zones. To answer your question directly, it is not going to compete. Indeed, these zones that we are pushing are on PPPs, public-private partnerships. Government is pushing with the support of the private sector. As of today, there's an MOU between the Chambers of Commerce of Benin and the Chambers of Commerce of Nigeria to push this kind of projects. And the idea is that we are working with the private sector and the government. And so when this zone comes into place, as decided by the governments, as you know, we work with NEPSA, we work with ONVA, they are all part of the team that we are pushing towards this delivery of this. The concept study was undertaken by UNIDO, and we are hoping that as we move forward, sensitization is on, mobilization is on to bring in the traditional rulers, to bring in the private sector, to bring in the young men and women in that space, so that ultimate value is added to that space. So, in a nutshell, special economic zones, cross-border special economic zones are variable instruments for pushing development and upping the ante on the continental free trade area. In the last panel, the presenter spoke about green zones, green special economic zones. We are also pushing on this. We call them green enterprise villages. The idea is to leverage renewable energy to power spaces, clusters, and enterprise villages, and provide light, provide power to drive industrialization in those zones. As you know, in Africa and many of our countries, the food that we eat, the goods that are supplied to the towns, come from the rural areas, and the rural areas don't have energy. So how do you take energy to these rural areas to enable them to produce, to enable them to industrialize? The only way is to leverage renewable energy. So we are pushing towards that between Liberia and Sierra Leone, establish to leverage biogas to produce gas to power generators that will provide sustainable energy to the village to enable them to produce. So, to answer your question directly, no, we are not competing. We are not competing with the special economic zones. We are working with them in partnership through PPPs to enable to add value to the whole ecosystem and upload goods to the continental market.
Thank you. Normally, towards the end of this kind of events, the last speakers normally have very short time. It's because, people would have told into the time and all that. Okay. So please, I'm sure we'll have opportunity to discuss these things more because it's very important. But I want to just quickly go to Mr. Pele and then to find out, because in all of this, without the right infrastructure, which you've mentioned the road to Mauritania or whatever, Mr. Pele, you've been involved somehow. What kind of, do we have the level of infrastructure that would enable the achievement of the continental free trade area? And how can the, especially economic zones operators, be of assistance or partner with governments to achieve that? But, you just try and,
keep it
compressed. Thank you.
Okay. I will follow the tradition of other panelists to commend the MDs of Oil and Gas Reserve Authority and NEPSA for putting this conference together. The infrastructure is really a problem. I think someone in the course of the previous panel talked about the road, for instance, to the present One Oil and Gas Free Zone. You could spend some days, and I have experienced this personally, on that east-west road, a short stretch between Eleme Junction and you have the seaport there, which is part of the Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority, Oil and Gas Free Zone area. You could spend 5 hours sometimes because of the poor nature of the road. I think that is one aspect. Even power also has to be looked into. So infrastructure is not quite what it should be. I know that the government is doing something, but it needs to be fast-tracked for us to really be able to harness the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade area. Otherwise, we'll also see lack of interest in our SEZ areas, and that could be something that will not encourage even further participation in what is actually a very big opportunity for Nigeria. And certainly the intention is to promote trade among African countries, because What I know is that inter-trade among African countries is very low. So this is one of the efforts to promote and enhance that relationship and take it higher, something closer to what is happening between African countries and countries in Europe and elsewhere. So it is a big opportunity, but infrastructure to support it is something to be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Mr. David Frame of Eco Atlantic. You've been doing a whole lot, but at this point where most of Africa, as a matter of fact, not only Nigeria, there's this concern about insecurity and all that. How does it affect your decision, for instance, to expand, in terms of going more into the different areas to invest in security and the African special economic zones?
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also want to add my appreciation to NEPSA and OGFA for arranging this venue. And I think it was suggested earlier on that we should repeat this every year, and I wholeheartedly agree with that, because we need to go further. You touch on the issue of security. I think that that's also determined by the manner in which you develop the infrastructure within the free zones. And my friend here, Mike, he also mentioned on it. If you don't have the right infrastructure, you're not going to attract the kind of investors that you would want to come into the free zones. And I think one of the issues that hasn't been raised so far is the issue of the growing population here in Africa and particularly in Nigeria. We're told that by 2050 the population is going to be 400 million. That is incredible. And we're also suffering a brain drain of our young people, and people are trained here in Nigeria and then are taken when they achieve their level of confidence in their professions, that they leave Africa and go and work elsewhere. I think that has to change. One of the things that we are doing in Eco Atlantic is we are discussing the development of an international standard school to keep our young, talented people here, but also to develop an international standard hospital, because we hear so much about people going out of Nigeria to be treated in hospitals in Dubai and India and even further beyond. We have to create value within the country so that people will be attracted not just to invest here, but our young people to stay here and help develop the nation the way we want it to be. And I think that is also linked when that confidence to stay in the country and help develop the country, then the level of security will be improved and increased. But at the moment, we're hearing, on the one hand, increasing population, and on the other hand, a brain drain. We have to find a way to unlock that drain of the resources. And Africa should be a net exporter of raw materials, but use the free zones to develop materials that can be developed to international standard and be an exporter, not a net importer. Okay. That's the way I feel that we can improve on the economies of not just Nigeria, but also Africa as a whole.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the summary of it all is that the special economic zones stance and the African Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade Area are to complement each other. If everybody puts their acts together, so there's no cause for alarm. Therefore, if the issues of rules of origin, like he mentioned, which have been addressed, if we had time, I would have asked a question about who determines the rules, because that is very important. I think what we're saying here, what we seem to agree is that Africans must determine the rules for how they trade with each other. Maybe this problem of maybe WTO determining should be when we now want to trade with the outside world, then we can rely on that. Then we can be able to balance how we operate. But most importantly, as agreed here from all discussions, is that it is time for Africa to start trading with each other, build capacity locally before you start thinking of going outside. Our time is fast spent. Would have liked to discuss some more, and I thank all the panelists. I think I had the most interesting panelists, and would like to have more opportunities with you as well. We need more information. This time is too short, but we need to be able to share all this information and discuss further, especially with policymakers across the continent, and also educate people, especially government agencies like maybe customs, immigrations across, because everybody has to be on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together for them one more time? Thank you very much. We appreciate. Just before we let you off the stage, would like to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Audu, to quickly give a very brief intervention to some of the issues raised here. So if you don't mind, I'd like to either bring the microphone to you there, or you'd rather want to speak from the podium. Please come speak from the podium. Please let's applaud him as he makes his way here, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I didn't intend to speak, but simply this is a very interesting technical session. And a lot has been said to address this particular critical issue. A little bit complicated, but it's not that complicated. Perhaps just to say one or two, three things, there can be response from the panelists, including my good friend, Mr. Lutayo. From policy aspect or policy angle, the negotiation is still ongoing. It has not been concluded. That is number one. Number two, the rule of origin is very fundamental. Fundamental to this extent of applications of the products that will be treated and will be admissible under the special economic zones. Number three, it is also must be related to the chapter that deals with the AfCFTA, and that chapter is still there. But the most important is that the negotiation is ongoing. Number four is the role of customs. Customs in Nigeria has been designated as the competent authority to deal with the issue of rules of origin, and they are the one to determine that. And I think they are also part of the negotiation. I think number five is the issue of third party. If you are not a member or a contracting party to the agreement, in this case, you will be treated as a third party. Now, how do you treat third parties that are not members, the contracting party of AfCFTA, particularly the third parties that are non-African in that context? I think finally is the issue of, I don't want to go into the issue of the positions of ECOWAS, because ECOWAS as a region also has its own positions and negotiate with Nigeria together in terms of a common CET, common external tariff. But more importantly is the view of the private sector in terms of how do they see this scheme in terms of investment, attracting investment to the zone, without necessarily undermining the incentives and the objectives of the government in the first. So there must be a lot of complementarity in terms of all this. So I think the most critical is that we should be active in this discussion. Government is there to negotiate, but they are negotiating for the private sector. So the interest of the private sector is very fundamental. For the fact that the negotiation is ongoing and I'm not directly involved in the negotiation, and I think that's why Ambassador Unifaga was invited to be part of this, but unfortunately he couldn't attend, but I don't want to speak for that. But we are watching closely. I'm in the ministry and I'm in a department that is also closely related to that. So we are watching closely to the outcome of the negotiation in terms of the rule of origin and in terms of the treatments of products that will be traded or admissible under the free economic zone, special economic zone. So what I will encourage is the fact that the private sector may have a coordinated approach in terms of providing inputs to the negotiator. And as soon as the issue of the rule of origin is concluded and clarified, because that's the key, what are those products that could be admissible under the special economic zone? And that has to be negotiated in terms of, and I think Mr. Olutayo mentioned the percentage. I don't have the percentage offered, but I think there are technical issues, but it should be simplified. I think our recommendation in going forward is that we need a simplified rule of origin. And I think that is the fundamental so that everybody will understand it, and the application is very important. But it's a very attractive kind of propositions and initiative, and I think we need to be active participant in this particular dossier. This is my contribution for the time, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you for throwing more light on those aspects that were raised in the course of the conversation that I had on stage. Thank you very much. We'll take one last presentation. It's going to be for just 10 minutes. And we have two individuals that will be invited here from NFIU, Assistant Director, Intelligence and Investigation Support, Madam Shotunde Biola, an Associate Director, and Madam Amina Babagada of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU. She is head of Department Multinationals and Major Local Companies. Can we have the two of you perhaps come here and take 5 minutes each, and then you quickly just round up with your presentation before we call for the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Do we have them with us? Madam Shotunde Biola and Madam Amina Babagada. Yes, come up this way, please. But I think we can let go of them, so please let's have the photographers and the two MDs join them, as well as the Executive Secretary for a group photograph just before we invite the two of you in. The Executive Secretary, you're still here? Let's have this photograph, and the panel is also going to be disbanded whilst we appreciate them for the very good works that you've done. Please give them a round of applause as they leave the stage. Thank you so much. NFIU, can we have the duo of Madam Shotunde Biola and Amina Babagada? Can the two of you come to the podium? So please put the time on the screen. Your time is right there on the screen. You have only 10 minutes.
So evening. It's a pleasure being invited to this very important gathering. Again, my name is Biola Shotunde. I'm the Associate Director, Intelligence and Investigation Support and CTR Analysis at the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. And I'm gracing this gathering with my colleague, Amina Babagana. She is the head of Major Multinational. We saw that your times are really well spent. So I'll just do a very quick recap on what we call IO5. Is it IO5? Yeah. So IO means immediate outcome. Immediate outcome, IOs. So these are new requirements within the Financial Action Task Force requirements. It's an international benchmark and best practices that countries are expected to comply with. And in summary, we'll be talking to you about what we call the beneficial ownership requirements and obligations. And because you guys have a very special status, and we feel you're very sacred, we see most of your transactions, and when we try to ask questions, they tell us, don't go there. So, and it's really a very refreshing opportunity to also learn from you guys, from all these panelists, about how special your operations are. However, you are also working within the international trade framework, and there are obligations that are required of you. And that's talking to the issue of beneficial ownership and the disclosures requirement. So globally, Nigeria is one of those countries that have been assessed by FATF, and we've gone through what we call the mutual evaluation for this country, and our assessment outcomes are really not looking good. And the issue of beneficiary, BO, we call it, for a shortcut, it's called BO, Beneficial Ownership Disclosure. This is a global requirement. It's something new that the financial systems across the world are advocating and they are projecting. And it's a requirement that we also want to sensitize you on, and your obligations to know who does what within your free trade zones. You don't just have investors that are not disclosed. The issue of disclosure, it's mandatory, and your regulators will be coming to you. They already have a form that in detail, my colleague will go into a very short presentation and talk you through. But I just want to reiterate that nationally as a country, Nigeria is scoring very, very low on this requirement, and you need to cooperate willingly so that we can have a good turnaround and a good reporting obligation in terms of knowing who is who within our free trade zone environment. So I don't want to take too much of your time, because we plan to talk about the BO alongside the risk assessment. I'm sure my colleague Hamina will do her best to talk you through these two agendas. Thank you very much for having us. Ms. Hamina, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Amira Babagana once again. I work with the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. I don't think I'm going through the slides. I'll just give an overview and why we're here. Then we're going to share the slides. Like my director has said, this is an international requirement. Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit is the coordinating agency for all anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism financing in the country. So we have the Financial Action Task Force standards to follow. And one of the standards, the first one, recommendation one of the FATF, is to conduct risk assessment. And during the mutual evaluation exercise that was conducted on Nigeria in 2019, it was observed that Nigeria needs to conduct risk assessment on the free trade zones. So this year, we did the risk assessment in conjunction with all the other government agencies. NEMSA was part of it, OFSA was part of it, FIRS, so many agencies, and I was the secretary for the legal persons and legal arrangement. And for the legal persons, that is where the free enterprises fall under. And we highlighted some risks that we identified for the free trade zone enterprises. And for those operating in the mainland, that is under the purview of CAC. So if we give you the copy of the presentation, this one is for the beneficial ownership. It just explains the overview of the beneficial ownership. And for the risk assessment, you will see that we have identified some areas to be of high risk, medium, and low risk. And we have them on our website, so you can go and download it and read it fully. For the free zone enterprises, we have identified 2 areas. Companies that have foreign ownership are considered as high risk. Those with foreign and local are considered as medium risk. And those that are having local ownership are considered as low risk. If you read the full report, I cannot go through it now because of the time. I look at the time that is ticking. And you will see the considerations that we arrived at. And we also considered those operating within the oil and gas free zones to be high risk due to their operations. And we considered the international typologies with regards to legal arrangements. So we are going to give you the link to go and download the legal persons and legal arrangement vulnerabilities that was adopted by the Interministerial Committee. It was adopted this year, I think in September also. So free zone enterprises are supposed to know their beneficial ownership. It's supposed to be disclosed. It's supposed to be up to date. And another requirement is supposed to be publicly accessible. But we have 3 different approaches that we can identify the beneficial owner. The company registry, in this case NEBSA and OFSA, will have the beneficial ownership of enterprises operating within the zones. The enterprises within the zones are also supposed to keep the beneficial owners of their enterprises. And then we have the existing company approach, existing data approach, I mean. So by and large, we are imploring the enterprises to always disclose as much as they can. And they should have it in such a way that it is accessible by competent authorities. Because the aim of having the beneficial owner is to know who is the ultimate person that benefits from this business. So it is quite important to disclose, and we need collaboration with the free zones authorities. Since this year that we started the risk assessment and we concluded, our relationship has improved a lot. And we are seeking for more collaboration. Also, the enterprises should keep accurate and up-to-date information that can be used at any time by competent authorities. I mean the law enforcement agencies. We develop intelligence and disseminate to law enforcement agencies for their use. So we are also in collaboration with, let me just give examples. The EFCC, we work with the customs, immigration, ICPC, FIRS. So we need more collaboration with the enterprises that are operating within the zones to keep accurate and up-to-date information. Thank you very much. Our time is spent. I'm okay.
NFIU, thank you so much. Can we give them another big round of applause? Thank you for the presentation. And to all of you, can you give yourselves a deserving applause? Because you've been here all morning till this very minute. And that shows that you're committed to what is going on here, and we'd like to appreciate you greatly. But of course, the closing remarks and vote of thanks is not going to be coming from me. It's going to be coming from a woman of substance, one who has also shown passion and commitment to the workings at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce. In fact, it's been taken to a different level from the time she met it, and that foundation was laid very solidly by the immediate past Director General, who happens to be the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Federation, our guest lecturer at this occasion, Prince Adetokunbo Kayode SAN. But of course, the DG is here with us, a woman that I prefer to refer to as one that has brought so much dexterity and panache to the way she's been handling the affairs of the organization. Please join me in welcoming Victoria Akai. A resounding applause for her, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Compere. I'm here to give a brief wrap-up and closing remarks of the SEZ conference and exhibition. I believe a more detailed report will be shared with all participants. Since we've had a very long day, please feel free to doze off as I recap the events of the day and listen to it in your subconscious. Just make sure that you're hearing my voice in your subconscious. Distinguished representatives of government and the organized private sector, international organizations, speakers, panelists, guests, international guests that are here for the AEZO conference, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you all on the behalf of the organizers and partners for your attendance at this conference and exhibition themed Nigeria Special Economic Zones Scheme, Evolvement, Challenges, and Way Forward to Economic Growth and Sustainability, and for coming also to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Free Zones Scheme in Nigeria. It is indeed a pleasure to do a wrap-up and make a few closing remarks and express gratitude to all those who made this event a reality. There are a few points I would like to highlight following today's presentations and deliberations. The first take-home message from the keynote speaker is that the free trade zones is a good initiative that has worked over the world, and that SEZs have proven to be vehicles for tremendous economic growth and job creation in various countries. Secondly, SEZs create an environment where business and ultimately economic growth is accelerated, and that SEZs facilitate market access. We also heard today that Nigeria is leading in the quantum of SEZs in Africa, and that in Africa, only 15% of SEZs are functional. Therefore, we must put in place strong legislative and policy backing for SEZs to optimize their use. That we need to think and rethink the mirage of getting all FDIs from outside Africa and start looking inwards towards African FDIs, including attracting diaspora FDIs. We must also enable the African public to invest in SEZs. In terms of employment generation, SEZs should prioritize skilling, reskilling, and upskilling for employment generation for the large population of available workforce in Africa. That there must urgently be an established model dispute resolution process for the special economic zones. SEZs must fully embrace digitalization. And we heard today that UNIDO supports Nigeria's government and provides technical assistance to the private sector on SEZs development and in promoting technology to drive solutions in high growth sectors of the economy. SEZs should, beyond manufacturing, look to services sectors such as the creative industry, financial economy, the green economy, circular economy, and so on. And that SEZs should consider processing of the abundant extractive resources available in Nigeria. There is a tendency for SEZs to fail amid a fragile political environment, and there must therefore be political will to drive SEZs. Regulatory bodies, therefore, must collaborate and not compete to achieve ease of doing business. It is essential to create new focal sectors for the special economic zones, such as digital economy, creative economy, circular economy, amongst others. That the ease of doing business must be institutionalized. Government should enable and allow SEZs to operate efficiently and ensure that the one-stop shop system works, and that SEZs should be made more attractive by increasing incentives to attract opportunities. Government should mainstream SEZs into the overarching national development plans. AFTA should be leveraged to encourage and support bilateral SEZ collaboration, especially in contiguous countries, where we need to source raw materials, and that the rules of origin should be simplified under AFTA. That SEZs can contribute significantly to AFTA by establishing border and cross-border special economic zones, and that government should integrate plans to ensure implementation of border and cross-border SEZs. Finally, we all agree that NEBZA and NERZA indeed have done well in the establishment and ensuring good operations of the SEZs. Agencies of government agree that there must be collaboration to ensure ease of doing business and consequently economic growth. I extend particular appreciation to immigration, customs, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, FIRS, the management of the free trade zones, businessmen and the organized private sector for making this event a resounding success. Thank you so much to each one of you, distinguished guests, for coming here, for sitting through this event hours upon hours, hour after hour, and for coming to celebrate and to pave way for the more efficient and effective special economic zones operations and benefits in Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Victoria Akai, the Director General, Abuja Chamber of Commerce. And that actually brings us to the end of this day one of this very important workshop commemorating the 30th anniversary celebration of the Free Zones scheme in Nigeria. We thank you so very much for all that you've done. And I think this brings us to the end of this event. But before we bring it to a close, we'll close just as we started with the national anthem. May we please rise to bring the one to a close. There will be gala night at 7 p.m. But as soon as we are done with the national anthem, 8 p.m. gala night. As soon as we're done with the national anthem, we'll all file out through that door to the foyer that's been arranged for your late lunch. Bon appetit at the end of it all. I'm Andy Gabriel. Thank you for being part of this event. Let's have the national anthem, please. Thank you so much. Lunch is served. Have a great evening.